Time. Fuck, this is going to be a long night.
600.
Asada. 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 A-S-A-D-A. Asada.
These forbid any action that is illegal, unethical, or constitutes cheating, collusion in any form. The following will not be tolerated. Cheating,
Men den 400 gegeven, niet 100.
collusion,
Check of it.
Jeg synes,
chip dumping,
spreadbetting, ikke
soft play.
Annika. Jeg
All participants are entitled to expect civility and courtesy from one another at every table and throughout the Monsterjam poker tournament arena.
Good evening from the Eastern Cape, Port Elizabeth. Sorry about that, we were just trying to get my microphone working. We're a bit loud in my ear at the moment, but that's better. This is the high roller event.
Player 1 raises to 6,000.
40,000 rands buy-in, starting stack is 150k. And welcome to your feature table. My name is Gary Allen, bringing you the commentary this evening. We hope to be bringing you some guest commentators throughout the evening, and we'll be introducing the players to you very, very shortly.
Advise or criticize on play at any time. Read a hand.
We're just allowing the rules to be read out on the PA system in the main hall.
The Monsterjam Poker Tour will penalise any act that is inconsistent with the official tournament rules or with the best interest of the tournament. Participants who violate these rules are subject to penalty in accordance with the Monsterjam Poker Tour rules.
I see the first hand. This is the first hand. Will you show me?
I can show you.
Okay, I thought.
Okay, I think we've got the rules and regs out the way. Mr. Hawei Sun from China in seat 1 turns his cards over by request of Mr. Alvin Pilos in seat 6.
You want to set me up first hand? You want to take me out? What is it?
And as you'll see, it's 150 starting stack. Mr. Sun's just picked up a small amount there, and we're off and running. We'll introduce you to most of the players as we go along. We've currently only got 6 players on the feature table. We hope to have more as the field grows. With a lot of these more senior players, they like to come in a little bit later and join the field. The small blinds at the outset and the deep stack, obviously, they're not too worried about losing a few blinds along the way. Our dealer tonight is Miss Sipe, very experienced dealer. We're happy to have her with us. And the blinds from the outset are 100, 200 with a 200 big blind ante. All these players very experienced, will be familiar with the big blind ante process, and you'll see there's plenty of chips on the table beside the dealer there ready for new players to come along. The action will be very steady as we start off this high roller. People are starting to feel each other out. They want to get into a rhythm on the table. They just want to see who's who in the zoo, as we say. Just start to work out a few ranges. They'll be fairly familiar with each other. Most of these players play each other on the circuit and are familiar with ranges and the type of play to be expected. So we've got 4 players to the flop here. We don't see Charles' cards at the moment, but I'm sure we'll get to see them later as players get used to having to put their cards over the sensors in the table. And we'll talk more about the RFID technology as the evening goes on. So Alvin, we know Queen 8, Rudolph Fleury with Jack 7. It looks like Rudolph's made a bet in position there and picked up a few chips. I think there was an ace on the flop, so he's represented that. The other players have respected that, not wanting to get into many chip fights this early in the day, and folded around to him, and he takes the second pot of the evening.
To play.
So George Levine is under the gun. So Divan must be and C2 must be on the button. No dead stacks at the table. That's in other words what I'm saying there. No stacks are being blinded out in the absence of any players.
500 to play.
So Rudolph has made it 500 to play with his ace-5 of clubs, and Mr. Sun has decided just a smooth call, never look at the flop with his pocket sixes, and Divan also comes along with Jack-8 suited, and Alvin makes the call as well. Flop
Check
comes 3 Jack King.
I check.
Obviously Alvin Pilar picks up a pair of kings there. He's best at the moment. No scare cards, it's checked around. Turn card comes 2 of hearts. No real help for anybody else. Alvin remains 60%, 67% to win the hand. Alvin bets 1.5. Rudolph calls him with the ace high. The turn card brings us, sorry, the river card brings us another 2, and Alvin's got a lock on the hand. The only way Alvin's going to lose this hand is if he folds.
4,000.
4,000, and Rudy's going to chuck his cards in the muck. He knows he's beat. And Alvin slides forwards his cards. And Alvin takes an early chip lead.
You come with a bus again.
This is all about posturing, it's all about understanding, getting into some flow of play. And the early stages, we're not going to see a lot of action unless we get some real nasty hands, you know, aces versus kings, or a couple of premium hands. The view you've got now is looking back down into the venue. You'll see there's an outer table already underway as well. Some familiar faces there, and I'm sure we'll get to see some of them, meet some of them later. And we're expecting quite a big field here in Port Elizabeth for the high roller.
Yeah, Graceland.
I saw a lot of the regulars rolling in earlier this afternoon off the shuttle and the afternoon flight out into the airport here. A lot of people coming in from Johannesburg and Cape Town, etc. Regulars at the Monsterjam Poker Tour,
200.
and looking forward to their evening with the high roller team.
200 to play. 100 more.
So just a quick mention to our sponsors this evening, Aquavita Water. They're the official water sponsor of the EFC, to Regal Hospitality and Events, and of course to our partners, Sun International, the Global Poker Index, Hendon Mob, and of course the guys from Sun International here at the Boardwalk Hotel and Casino Resorts in Port Elizabeth in the Eastern Cape. Thank you so much for your hospitality.
600.
We're being looked after royally as always when we come to Port Elizabeth. Alvin makes a bet to 600 with 8-3 in the small blind,
2,000.
looking to pick up the blinds. George Levine is calls. He's defending his big blind. Rudolph to call. He raises with 6-4 suited. You'll see that Rudolph has got a straight draw. Charles, I think, has called. We haven't seen his cards. 9-6. So he also has an up-down straight draw with 2 spades. So he's looking for a flush. So he's not going anywhere. And in fact, he's 42% to win the hand. And George Levine
4,000 more.
raises a 3-bet to 6,000. Rudy immediately calls it 4,000, and Charles thinking about what to do next. Okay, let's see the turn card. King of spades, boom. Joel gets there, he's got a lock on the hand. These other guys will not be ignorant to the fact there was a flush draw there. You'll probably see check, check. Joel might check to try and get a little bit of action, but I think probably a value bet, build the pot at this stage. George is not going to give this up easier. As you can see, Charles has already won the hand. The only way he loses this hand is in the event that he folds, and I can't see that. George, I think we'll see a value bet. I'm surprised Charles just checks back there, and George will see the bad news, and Charles will drag in the chips. 31,000. That's the first real pot of the evening. And the dealer obviously favours George over Charles. Must have misread the hand there. Certainly Charles with the flush is the winner in that regard. Okay, quick look at the chip counts. Charles now at the top, and nothing much to choose between the rest of the team. Blinds remain at 100, 200 with a 200 big blind ante.
More big blind.
You'll see that there's a clipboard going around the table in your shot at the moment. We're just catching up on some administration. The ladies from Monsterjam Poker Tour. This is release forms for pokers, the players, just to say that they're happy for their images to be released onto the stream and to be used in advertising and stills, etc. And that they don't mind their hands being shown. These guys are all familiar with this this administrative piece of the game, and there'll be no issues. That'll get through, and we'll carry on very, very quickly. Mr. Sun wakes up with ace-10 suited, quite a strong hand in seat number 1. He's under the gun.
500.
Mr. Sun. Wait. Met een bed gemis op die river. Je weet hy die stryd. I knew you had the stryd. So, I thought you had to go.
Fold, fold, fold. George probably still licking his wounds a little bit from the last hand, having a think about it.
George just passed me.
George flat calls, and Rudolph comes along with Queen 7 suited. Off to the flop we go. Okay, 2 clubs there. Mr. Sun is going nowhere. Top pair, sorry, yes, top pair with the Queen for Rudy. And to be honest, George didn't get much of that.
1003, player 1.
So Mr. Sun bets his flush draw. Rudy's going nowhere with top pair, I'm sure. George gets out of the way quickly. Turn guard brings the 9 of diamonds.
You had one at the bottom, one at the top.
Check, check.
Only hand beating me on the flop is 6-7.
River card brings the king. And of course Mr. Sun makes himself a straight rather than a flush. Rudy can still think that his queen is good here, so good value bet from Mr. Sun here. And Rudy sees what's the writing on the wall and folds his cards immediately. Mr. Sun drags in a 4,300 pot there. Well done, Mr. Sun.
Big blind.
I'll go unique or not unique? So unique for the
You go 48, I'll go under.
No, I want to go total entries.
Okay, there's a little look at our timing system. It says we have 24 entries at the moment. I haven't seen evidence of that in terms of our shot on the TV. So they're probably just getting the entries and the chip numbers right, but you'll see how many minutes have run on the clock.
60.
200 to play.
I'll go low.
Divan in seat number 2 has been very, very quiet.
Yes, Darren. Okay, just been to a new restaurant with my wife.
Charles 200 a call. Makes a call. Alvin gets out the way. George 200 a call with the 10-2.
Okay,
A famous hand, 10-2. They call it Texas Dolly after Doyle Brunson,
Up to 600.
who won 2 world titles with that hand, 10-2.
No, sorry.
So there was, I believe, a call and a re-raise to 600 by Rudolph.
RSRDR.
So Mr. Sun to act.
Hy's full.
No, Mr. Sun is already active by the look of it, and Charles is
Jy
also
kry
called.
maklik op die net.
George Levine. I don't know if George is still in the hand, to be honest. We'll just have to have a look at the shot now. Flop comes. Yes, George is still in the hand. The flop comes 4-5, king, 2 hearts. Jack 10 is ahead. 8, so flush draw comes for both Rudolph and Mr. Sun.
800.
And there's a gut shot straight draw for Charles as well.
Darren. Darren. There's a place called Asada. There's a place called Asada in Central. It's brilliant.
Okay, I've lost a bit of track of the action here. I believe Mr. Sun is bet.
No, we win now. Myself and my wife.
And Charles has called and the other players have folded. So the 8 on the turn has given Charles a pair, and he's gone check check on the river, and Charles picks up the pot with a pair of ace.
I wouldn't bother. I've got it.
Right.
8 to 10.
Okay, we've got a new player joining the table. I think that's Mr. Offer. I'm not quite sure, just in the side of his head there.
I had the best there.
So can I pick
seat
your
4.
name?
I think Jack.
Often.
That's Mr. Offer. I think you'll find that he'll spell it out for you, but
Offer.
Yeah, I can offer.
O-F-F-E-R.
From SA.
For offer.
He's a South African player, Johannesburg based. I know Offer very well. And trust me when I tell you, the chatter will go up on the table now. Offer does like to have a little bit of a chat on the table.
I was shocked to see how it best there. And it won.
So seat 5 remains empty. Alvin Pila in seat 6, George Levine in 7, Rudolf Furey in seat 8. Mr. Sun's in the small blind. I think Divan is in the big blind, so it's Charles who act. 200 to call, small blind being the 100, 200 in the big, and the 200 big blind ante. Charles calls, offers first opportunity to play. He's busy drinking his coffee. He's not interested with the raggedy ace.
No, I'm not.
1000 player 7.
Alvin gets out of the way. George calls,
1000 to play.
and Rudolph folds. Mr. Sun also gets out of the way. So we're off to the flop. 2 players. We can't see Charles' cards at the moment, but as I say, players are just getting used to where to position them on the table. Okay, the dealer's just counting out. It might have been a raise here, I'm not sure. Well, I think the raise was George Levine with ace 2. And the call is from Charles. Okay, flop comes 7, 8, 9, 2 diamonds. George with the ace is going to continue. Charles looks down at his cards, decides that he's not going to put 1.2 in, and George gets away with a continuation bet there and picks up a small pot. So let's talk a little bit about Mr. Sun in C1. He's from China. His name is Huawei Sun, as in spelt as in the software giant. But he tells me he's nothing to do with that. He currently doing some contracting work in Botswana, but is a regular attendee here on the Monsterjam Poker Tour, and wins as well. He's a very, very good player, very well respected amongst the high rollers. 56 years old, married with 1 child. Been playing the game for about 12 years, and is a real student of the game, and just a gentleman. What a pleasure to sit with and chat with. He speaks very, very good English, and a very well-travelled man, and but very patriotic, loves China, and always willing to tell people and sell them a visit there if he can. So a really top guy. And yeah, Alvin here, 200 to call under the gun +1, ace 10 offsuit, quite a strong hand short-handed. George is not going anywhere with jack 8,
800 to play.
and Rudolph calls with the raggedy ace. Mr. Sun gets out of the way. Divan puts the queen 2 in the muck.
Mark,
Okay, we seem to have a problem with the reader under
the ladies.
seat 2. What I'll do is I'll ask one of my technical guys to go and have a look at that in the break, or if they can before, and we'll see if we can sort it out. The dealer has asked him to move his cards a couple of times. Maybe we've got a technical issue with the table. In the interim, we'll just sweat with him, not a problem.
Check of it.
Of course, it does affect the percentages. If we don't know the cards, then of course we can't get the percentages correct. But currently, with the flop of a Queen 9-4, Alvin is ahead with his ace high.
So, they're having trouble to look at your cards. Can you just move them around a bit?
Je moet bij normaal zitten. Ook kan je
There's 4 dots. There's 4
Play
dots.
with them.
There we go, a bit of training for Joel. All the guys are giving him a bit of training. Hopefully we'll see his cards now.
3000 player 6.
Ja, je John.
Okay, there's a bet with the ace-10, and Olvin is betting with the best hand, even though it's just a continuation bet. He gets the immediate fold. Charles looks at his cards, the call from George with jack-8. I mean, he's got a gut shot there, he's looking for a 10. And Charles folds his cards. You'll see the outs at the top of the screen there for George. Along comes the jack for George, and he takes over the lead in the hand. 2 flush draws out there. Olvin with the option first to act. He's checked. He's realised what's going on. George gets there, of course.
2,000.
So George is just valuing this. 9,000 a pot. Very, very small bet. He just wants Olvin to pay him off. Olvin might think that his ace high is good here, but he's a good enough player to get away from this. He's played a lot of poker with. Yeah, he's going to pay it off, and you'll see the bad news. He'll probably be thinking to himself, I probably should have bet a bit bigger on the turn, but you know, don't beat yourself up, Olvin. It's early in the tournament, and you know, he could have already had it. You know, ace high isn't the best hand to be raising with unless you're going to continue through the river with your story. The chatter between George and Olvin, there you go. As I said, they know each other really well. George is patting him on the back saying unlucky. Of course he doesn't mean a word of it.
That's special.
It's got something to do with the ocean.
I'm surprised that he's surprised.
Okay, one of my technical team is having a look at seat number 2, and they're just checking to see if there's a problem with it. Hopefully Charles' cards will work a bit better, and we'll get to see them. It is a discipline, you know, when you're playing on a feature table with RFID technology, there's a discipline to just getting your cards in the right place. A lot of players, they're used to a rhythm and a way in which they play, and you know, if you put them out of their rhythm, then it becomes difficult. So, you know, it's something you have to get used to. George with his raggedy ace, he's got, well, it's not so raggedy, it is suited to be fair to him. Loves playing these small ace-2s, ace-3s, George. Pocket 5s for Rudy, probably going to smooth call this. Mr. Sun gets out of the way, as will Devon, I'm sure. Yeah, he's on the button. Devon will be very, very patient here. He's not going to get involved too early. And Charles' cards were shown to us, Jack 7, so thank you to the technical team for fixing that. Well done.
Not folding.
You always need a very specific one.
No, we can't see offers cards. But we'll work on that, not a problem. Ace-3 versus pocket 5s, and of course, excuse me, Rudolph flops a boat. What I mean there is a full house, so he's got 5s full of queens.
I haven't got a queen. Will that help you?
No, I've got clubs. I've got suited clubs.
Yo.
And George got out of the way sharpish. So
You get paid one time.
Rudolph shows his
But
cards,
tell me what can you
just protecting his image at the table for later. So carrying on about Mr. Sun, his favourite player is Phil Ivey, and quotes his favourite hand as being 9-7 suited. Favourite venue is Sun City. I must tell you a funny story about Mr. Sun. We were playing an event at the Wild Coast, I think it was last month, and he was sat next to Mr. Moon Khan. Khan. So we had the sun and the moon sat next to each other and the planets were aligned. It was quite a wonderful quote, and it's set up beautifully in the commentary. And moon and sun sat next to each other for a very long time, and the joke lasted for most of the evening. But Mr. Sun saw the funny side of it, as did Moon. George Levine with another ace and a 10. He's not going to let me down, he's going to bet here.
600.
Yeah.
Player 7.
There we go. George under the gun. He loves playing these. 10-4. Rudy's going nowhere with his 10-4. Mr. Sun, Jack 10. I suspect he might want to peel one off here as well. Divan's not picking up any cards at all. 9-2 suited, going nowhere. Charles on the button. Decides to get rid of his raggy ace. And Mr. Offer, 7-4 suited. He'll take a little bit of time. He hasn't played a hand yet. He's in a small blind. He might feel that he's invested, so that he does need to call. And he calls the 500. And it's back round to the big blind. Olvin's got Queen 6 off, and Olvin's going nowhere with that. So we're going to see a flop 4 ways.
They're not even going to notice me. I even said they must spell a different
How
name.
can you call that when you use those tips?
Are you on?
Okay, so Offer made it a 3-bet according to our software there, and all players have called. Flop comes Jack 5, Queen of Diamonds, and Mr. Sun
4,000. Player 4.
pairs his Jack, second pair on the board, and the bet from Offer, continuation bet of 4,000. George gets his money in and continues, and I'm sure Mr. Sun folds. I'm surprised there. He obviously fears the Queen.
Check of it.
Offer will continue the story here.
10,000.
George has to ask himself, is his Queen and is his ace any good? In actual fact, he's an 85% winner, but Offer's continued, and he wants to make his story make sense. So George is not stupid. He's not going to be gambling with this guy. Just sat down at the table, and his cards are going to muck. Offer gets away with it. Well played, Offer. Nice poker. Plus 10,000 on the hand, and the value of keeping your story straight and making it make sense. We got a new player joining us in seat 10. If my eyes serve me right, that looks like Warwick Wigan. Warwick, Johannesburg player. I've played a lot of poker with Warwick in my time, and I know his cousin Wesley very well as well. Both very accomplished players. Warwick's in the real estate business and kind of semi-professional poker player as well, but an excellent player all the same. And nice to see you down here in Port Elizabeth, Warwick. And Offer's let me down. There's not much chatter from him, but certainly Warwick will not let me down when it comes to a bit of chatter. So, liven up the table a little bit. So, welcome Warwick in seat 10.
This is 4 dots here, or RFID.
Warwick is just getting the brief on the RFID table. So, the radio frequency equipment we're talking about is the sensors in the cards. There are sensors in the table.
600 inflation.
600, player 8.
And the cards are held over the sensor, and our software picks up what each player has. Now, a lot of people out there are going, surely that's easy to cheat if you all know what the cards are. Well, the technical team and myself, we're locked in a secure room adjacent to the main table here. There is no access to anybody other than the management team and any guest commentators, and nobody is allowed to come into this area with a mobile phone or any communications device to protect the integrity of the game. We are recording this live, and we buffer it and we send it out to you 30 minutes later to protect the integrity of the game, so people can't be looking at the stream live. So that's roughly how it all works.
Player 8.
Just back to the game quickly. Rudolph has got ace king here. He's bet 1,000. There's been a call. Flop has come with the king on board, as you can see there, and Rudy's 69% to win. We don't know what Offer's got in his hand, but it's been folded around to Rudy, and we can see that Charles also got a king, but behind. So basically he's looking for a 10 or a 5. A 5 would chop it, a 10 would win it for him. Okay, so Charles a loser here. So we've probably got check.
Ace king.
Ace king, and he'll see the bad news. He'll realise that he's beat, and he'll just throw his cards in the mug. So Rudolph picks up 8,000 profit on the hand.
You know what mainly means?
Just make sure you play around with your cards and then
Play around with mine.
with your cards.
So we've got 2 empty seats, seat 5 and seat 9. Going around the table, seat 1 is Mr. Sun, seat 2 Divan, seat 3 Charles, seat 4 Offer, seat 6 Alvin, seat 7 George, seat 8 is Rudolph, seat 9 is empty, and seat 10, our latest addition to the table, Mr. Warwick. Our dealer is CPay, and we're playing the Grand Slam event number 3, the 40k high roller buy-in, and we have 31 entries, and we're 14 minutes and 42 seconds into the first level. The blinds are at 100 and 200.
200 to play.
Warwick folds his 8-7. Mr. Sun with 9-10. Under the gun +1 to call. I suspect they're going in the muck, and yes they do. Divan looks down at his cards. Notice Divan's not played a hand yet. He's obviously not been picking up any cards. Charles picks up the computer hand, Queen 7. Known as the computer hand because simulations were done in a computer through millions and millions of hands, and Queen 7 came out as winning 50% of the time and losing 50% of the time, hence the reason known as the computer hand. I don't know if I'd use those stats to be playing live, but that's the fact. Ask Dr. Google. Alvin raises with his 7-5 offsuit to 1,000. He's on the button. It was a limp pot, so he's looking to just clean up the blinds. Charles has to call 800. So he wants to see a flop, and we got 2 players to flop. Queen 7 suited versus 7-5, and that's not a good flop for either of them. I suspect the first person to blink here is going to lose, and the first person to bet is going to win. As we can see, the best hand at the moment is the Queen High from Charles. He's checking. Alvin's now going to bet.
1,000.
And I suspect Charles will get out of the way. He's thinking about pulling a move here on Alvin. Look at the face. I don't know how well he knows Alvin, but Alvin's a very, very good player. Let's see if he can suss it out. He throws in 1,000 chip and there's the call. He's looking to get the showdown. He thinks his Queen High is good. In fact, he must have a read. He thinks his hand is good, or he's telling a story that is good. What he doesn't know is he's bluffing with the best hand, so he's going to win.
2,400.
Unless Alvin gets out the way. He sniffs out the weakness. And well played, Charles. I don't know much about Charles. We'll talk a little bit about him later as the evening goes on. I did have a chance to sit down and chat with him briefly before the game started, so I got a little bit of information, but we'll get round to that shortly. Back to Mr. Sun in seat number 1 from China. He tells me his pet hate at the table is people slow rolling. Talking about rolling, there's a few people rolling into the venue here. You'll see on the left hand side there we've got one table and probably 2 tables on the left there running. There's also another event running here. There's a 3,000 turbo event. There's 4 people left in that, and that's been running since about 6 o'clock this evening. We're giving you commentary on the 40,000 buy-in Grand Slam, which is the high roller event here in Port Elizabeth. This is night number 1. We're expecting a significant amount more players to come and join us as the evening progresses. Mr. Sun with King Jack off under the gun. I suspect we'll see a bet of some description here. Divan gets out the way and folds his cards with Ace-3. I don't think Charles going far with his Ace-Jack. Possibly see a raise here, but certainly a smooth call at worst. Yeah, he's just going to smooth call. Off with the Queen 4 suited, they're going into the muck. Alvin's not interested with his 10-3, neither is George. Rudy looking very relaxed. He loves to settle into the table very, very quickly. Rudolph with Ace-6 is a call, and Warwick defends his big blind with 7-4. Okay, flop comes Ace-King, 8. Charles Ace is top of the pops. Mr. Sun has picked up second pair. Let's check round to Charles. He's bet his ace. Rudy doesn't believe him. Obviously Rudy's also got an ace, but a smaller ace all the same. And Mr. Sun has come along. So he's against 2 players, each of them representing an ace, and they both actually have an ace. Ace-6 and Ace-Jack, Ace-Jack being the stronger, and of course now Mr. Sun picks up a king, and he's got a lock on the hand here. The other players are drawing dead. In other words, he can't be beaten. So Rudolph is going to check probably. Mr. Sun's going to put in a value bet. Charles doesn't believe him with his Ace-Jack, and he's probably going to pay him off. You heard him say to himself, "Oh man, do you have a king?" I've got ace jack, I have to pay. Rudy will get out of the way, I'm sure. He's not going to want to call against these two guys. Yeah, he flips over his ace and says, I'm just running away. Mr. Sun turns over the king. Charles says to him, look what I had. I was good till the turn. A little bit disappointed. Mr. Sun picks up some chips, and it looks like our tournament director Sam is giving Mr. Sun the choice of a card, which means he's being moved to another table, and we're going to lose Mr. Sun from our lineup, which is unfortunate. I enjoy watching Mr. Sun play. He describes his play as tight, as I said. Best performance was the main event win in the Sun City in 2018 on the Monsterjam Poker Tour. Plays a bit of golf, loves the sunshine on his back. And when I asked him, who would you like to meet the most in the world? He said Tiger Woods, without a hesitation. That's his hero, Tiger Woods. And he loves playing with us here at Monsterjam because of the service, the structure, and the experience that we provide. So, good luck, Mr. Sun. Hopefully we'll see you back later on our feature table. So that's taken our numbers down. The reason we take people away from the tables is to balance the other tables. We try to keep equal numbers on each table. And the reason for that is that everybody gets a fair shot at the blinds. Everybody is the opportunity. It doesn't get blinded out quicker than somebody else. And balancing the tables is very important to the players as well. Alvin with a 6-5 suited calls here, the suited connectors. George is raising. We don't know what with at the moment, but I'm sure we'll find out shortly. Rudolph comes along with a call, 7-10 of spades. Warwick folds his king. And Alvin has got to put another 500 in to see the flop. Three-way to the flop. We don't know what George's cards are. Oh, we do. He's got the Star Wars hand. May the fours be with you. Flop comes 8-6, a king.
1002, player 7.
And believe it or not,
3000, player 8.
I think those are wrong. Oh no, the percentages are showing the flush draw for the 10-7, and second pair for Alvin with the 6. He gets out of the way. George has got the pocket fours. And George gets out of the way. Rudolph picks up the pot with his bet there. He says, I flopped a monster. His interpretation or his description of a monster versus mine are two different things, but we're on a good bet with his flush draw. Gets George to fold his cards, and we're off to the next hand. Perhaps we could get the technical team to zoom in on the timing screen. I just want to confirm that we're actually playing a big blind ante in the first level. We have got it on our software. Yeah, we're not playing a big blind ante, so that's my correction. The big blind ante comes in later, and we'll just correct that on our screen. So we got entries 34, 6 minutes to play on the level.
Which one is the other one?
Back to our feature table.
Which one? There was a one, I remember the one occasion you did.
So offers under the gun. Small blind did round, big blind is shown. Offer gets rid of his cards. Alvin with a 10-9 off. In the muck. Jack 9 for George. George will probably put his 200 in. Have a look here. Splash around in that pot.
500, player 8.
And Rudolph has got King 10, known as the Robert Varconi hand, after the 2002 World Champion, Robert Varconi, who won the main event with Queen 10.
500 to play 4 more.
Warwick with the A7 puts it in the muck. Warwick's got the
Yeah.
sunglasses on tonight.
300 more.
And that's not for the lights. I think he's protecting his eyes from any light tells, maybe. So there's a raise to 500 by Rudy. Scholl calls with his King 9, and George comes along with his Jack 9. Flop comes King. Pretty sure Charles is either going to just smooth call. Looks down at his cards, takes a bit of time, trying to create the impression that he might be weak and he's calling just to see another card. Smooth calls the 1.1. George will get out of the way, he smells a rat.
Check away.
The Jack comes, Charles first to act, he checks. Rudy's not having any of it. He decides to check back. This queen on the river might get Rudy into trouble.
1000.
Yeah, 1000. Charles not going to fold his king 9 here. He'll put it in. Rudy will turn over his queen. Charles will turn over his king, and the pot will get slid to the left of the dealer. Thank you very much.
Kyk op
How's
die
it slow?
Ek kan nie so ver sien nie man.
This is slow.
No, it's not man. Ek kan nie so ver sien nie.
Rudy's accusing Charles of a slow roll. There's no slow roll there. Given the position of the button and the fact that Charles called him, Rudy has to turn over his cards first. Charles wanted to know the information he's paying for. And of course, Charles then exposes his card. This is just a bit of polite banter between the players. I assure you there's no malice behind what they're saying.
Net kyk wat jy het.
Sure. You get help tel. Van bo af.
Loop, jy gaan my nie glo nie, ek gaan vir jou vertel nie. Luister nou, luister gou vir my. Ek kan met die brille nê, kan ek hierso lees. Ek kan nie daar sien nie. Met my gewone oë kan ek ook nie daar sien nie.
Okay, maak jou aan.
Never. Ek het amper.
200 to play.
At the beginning of this high roller, the guys are fairly relaxed on the table. You'll see that, or you'll hear that most of them are speaking Afrikaans to each other. I'm British, so my Afrikaans is pretty poor. Officially, we're only supposed to speak English, but at the outset of a tournament, people don't get too upset about stuff like that. And most of the guys understand the language at the table.
Check away.
But from an official point of view, during a hand, you are supposed to speak English. Those are the rules.
Somebody that looks like him.
Okay, interesting pot developing here. We've got a 6-way flop. And the flop comes 6, 7, 8. Rudolph has got the best of it with the 7.
You already checked, so I knew I could steal it.
We don't know what Offer's cards are. He's checked. Rudy's bet 1,000. Warwick has got has folded with his king. Joel folds his Queen Jack. Offer's taking a bit of time, flicks his cards across to the dealer, and
I knew I'd get
Alvin
this
folds.
thing. What do you want to see, George?
A miracle.
A miracle. That must be the miracle.
George calls and Rudolph asks him what he wants to see, and of course George says a miracle. Rudy bets, George folds.
By 70 offsuit.
Well played, Rudy.
Yes, Rudolph, the TV table really brought out the acting.
Ja, daar.
Shut up like Levi. Even has not played one hand since this day. He's thrown all the way from Joburg. Just to fold.
Big blind.
Shall we straddle?
Big blind.
Okay, George Levine's under the gun, 200 to call, big blind is 200, small blind is 100. I don't think we're doing antes at the moment, as we discussed earlier.
200 to play.
You got a run of notes, huh?
Yeah, the last 5.
Rudolph folds his 4-5, and we don't know what Warwick's cards are at the moment, but
Up
it
to
looks like
600.
he's bet, raised it up to 600, Warwick.
600 to
So
play.
he's got suited connectors, 6-5. Rudy's already out the way. Divan looks at Jack 5, gets shot of his hand.
It's ruining my concentration.
Offer folds, holding with Queen 10. I suspect in the big blind here we're going to get a call. Absolutely, we go 2 ways to the flop.
Check
Flop comes 6, 9, 10, so both of them get a piece of it. Pair of 6s and a pair of 10s respectively. Olvin with the ace 10 is in a commanding position here. Olvin's in the big blind, so he's
Next 10
obviously
blinds
checked.
are up.
He's
800
first to
to play.
act,
Player 10,
and Warwick is
800.
Warwick bets 800 and Olvin calls. Sounds like the blinds have just gone up in the background. We'll confirm that on our timing screen in a moment. Let's just watch this hand to conclusion. Warwick's bet 800, Olvin's to call.
2005.
And
Player 5.
it's
2005.
a check raise from Olvin in the big blind to 2-5. And I suspect Warwick will think about this for a moment and get rid of his cards. He'll have far too much respect for Olvin. I don't think he's going to get too stubborn. Correct me. He makes the call. His hand develops slightly. He picks up a straight draw gut shot, but I don't think it's going to be anything more than that. No, Alvin has already bet out. He's got the option. Alvin's probably going to bet here. He might fear that Warwick's got a flush, but can he put him on that pre-flop is the question. That's what's going through Alvin's mind as we speak. Alvin's made a bit of a statement, so he's going to continue.
3,500.
3,500, it's about a half size the pot. Bet. Warwick knows needs to decide is his pair good, and can he win the hand? He's looking for an 8, he's looking for a 6. And he decides to get out of the way. Well played, Alvin. And well played also, Warwick.
So now everybody's played a hand except you.
So you'll see our timing screen has changed colour. That indicates to us that we're now on round 2 at 45-minute levels. The blinds are now up 200, 400. And it looks like the next level will be 3-6 with a 6 ante. So the current level is 200, 400. 34 entries. Level 2. And we've got 42 minutes to run on the level. As I said earlier, the players are very deep. They start with 150,000. The levels start off very, very low. And what I mean by being deep is how many big blinds they've got in regard to how much chips they start with. How many big blinds. Okay, we've had a change of dealer. Mr. Tabo has taken over from Sipe in the dealer seats. Tabo, once again, one of our very experienced dealers, and we're happy to have him on board. Always nice to see him at the desk. Under the gun, Rudolph with 9-8 suited diamonds. He calls the 400. Warwick gets out the way. Chol folds, we didn't see his cards. Sorry, Chol still to call.
Give me the turbo, that's not one bullet. Ja, dus een missile en
Jullie ouens is bang om Levi's te spelen, wat?
ek weet nie.
Maar hy baie staat vast.
We haven't seen Charles' cards, but he's thinking about something here. Okay, Charles has called.
Up to 1,600.
So offer has raised up to 1,006. We can't see Charles or offers cards at this time. Alvin folds. George 6-2 to folds. Back to Rudolph with his 9 suited connectors. Charles calls the 1.2 thousand. And we're going blind with the players here. Flop comes 4-6-10. The option will be with Charles in the cutoff and offering the button. Check, check. Another 10 comes, board pairs.
Up to 2,000.
Charles option. Oh, we've still got another player in the hand. I believe that might be Rudolph. I'm not sure. Little glitch on the software there. And we'll just get a camera shot there, yes. So Rudolph is still in with his suited connectors.
Bad luck for me or for you?
For me.
Oh.
The flop was 10 something, 4 I believe, 10. And the turn comes. Now Rudy has got nothing here. If we just go to the flop cam, so we can see the flop cards. Okay, back. I don't know who picked up that pot. We kind of lost track. Chol bets, and I think there was a fold and a fold. We know Rudy had nothing. I assume offer missed whatever he was looking for. So Chol picks up the pot with the bet. So shout out to our sponsors, Aquavita Water, official sponsors of the EFC, and of course ourselves, Regal Hospitality and Events. Thank you very much for your continued support. Our partners, Sun International, Global Poker Index, and of course the Hendon Mob. And thank you very much to everybody here at the Boardwalk Casino and Resort in Port Elizabeth in the Eastern Cape for your hospitality, looking after the Monsterjam poker team, and of course our patrons, the players that show on your screen. Everybody enjoys coming to PE. It was a great tour here in 2018, and we were inundated for 2019. So big shout out to you guys. Thank you so much for your hospitality. Under the gun is Warwick with 9-10 of diamonds. Pretty hand and worth playing. I suspect we'll see a call or maybe even a bet here from Warwick.
Raise up to 1,200.
So 1,200 raised. Divan has still not played a hand. 2-3 suited. Joel gets rid of his cards. 8 queen. Offer's got 10-7 suited. Favourite hand of Daniel Negreanu, the famous Canadian player. Second most winningest player in the world, next to Justin Bonomo, I think, under the current stats. And he loves 10-7 suited. That's his hand. And Rudolph comes along with the 5-3 of diamonds. Flop comes. Jack 3 Jack, and believe it or not, Rudolph has flopped himself a pair of threes, so he's got 2 pair. He will not be happy to see that queen, other than the fact it brings the flush draw to him with his 5-3 of diamonds. But of course Warwick has got a bigger flush draw, and now of course he's got an up down straight draw and an up and down straight flush draw with the 9-10 Jack queen in play. A very, very big hand indeed. And Offer is not in the races and realizes that very, very quickly. Rudy's going nowhere with his flush draw. Could see some fireworks if we get a diamond on the river here. Here comes the ace, so that kind of quells the action a bit. Rudy's going to think his draw is dead, and he's got a pair of threes. There's a pair of jacks, a queen and an ace on board. I think if Warwick bets here, Rudolph has to fold, even though he has the best hand. In comes the bet, and Rudy's cards are going to the muck immediately. He folds the best hand, but Warwick told a story that was believable, and of course Rudy can get away from it. Unlucky Rudy. Well played, Warwick. Nice play. Chip counts 166,000 up top. Charles Offer second place 157. Warwick with 150 starting stack, and then you see the other guys respectively going down the list there.
Go for it, score.
Okay, under the gun, Divan 9-4. Divan continues to pick up rubbish cards, but Divan's very patient, consummate professional. He'll take his time. He knows the blinds are very small and that they're very deep. Divan is a Johannesburg guy. Played a fair bit of poker with Divan, 31 years old, in his prime. As I say, very, very patient. Offer raises to 1.6, can't see his cards. George immediately calls the 1.6, and I'm pretty sure that Rudy's going nowhere with his ace-queen. And Warwick is in the big blind. He might feel the need to just come along here, and he smooth calls with his 6-3. In his mind, he'll have 2 live cards, I'm sure. And there's 4 players who go to the flop. Pot 6 sits at 6,004. So we got ourselves a flop, and that's why Warwick called. Warwick's picked up a pair and also has a flush draw, and currently is 75% to win the hand. We don't know what Offer has in his hand, but he's certainly repping a hand. Puts in 2-5. Rudy calls with his 2 overs. I presume Warwick will call also. Wouldn't surprise me to see a raise. Warwick just calls. If we see a heart on the turn, that'll be interesting. It's a 6. Bling's 2 pair for Warwick. He's got a lock on the hand. Rudy's drawing dead. And unless Offa's got something underneath those hidden cards, then Warwick is going to win this with 2 pair. Warwick's certainly betting his 2 pair. And let's see what Offa has to offer, as they say. Looks like he's reaching for chips. And it's a flat call. Rudy gets out of the way with his ace queen.
And river.
Two on river. So that looks like there's a straight there. I think Rudy's already folded, yeah. Warwick will be conscious of the fact that there are some straights out there. But I think given the action he's going to bet and value bet, we'll just see what Offa's going to say. It'd be nice to know what his cards were. So he raises up to 7,000. I'm pretty sure Warwick's going to call this. 11,000, my apologies. 6-9 to call. It depends on Warwick's read. I mean, I don't know how much he's played with Offa. You don't think Offa's pulling the move and he might 4-bet him. I would imagine that Warwick's going to call this for another 6,000 or 7,000. Maybe while we're waiting, we can get Offa to show us his cards. We could ask the dealer to get Offa to show us his cards. Well, we're going to see them anyhow now. He has to turn them over. Flop cam, please. Jack 9. He has nothing. And the 6-3-2 pair of Warwick is a winner. So Offa was pulling a move there, which he didn't get away with. Warwick sniffed it out, and he's our new chip leader at the table. Nice hand, well played, unlucky Offa, and well played Warwick. Nice poker. Speculative call with the 6-3 of hearts out of the big blind. 2 hearts on the flop, makes 2 pair on the turn. Very, very strong hand. If you cast your mind back, Rudy was calling pre-flop with the ace queen. And, you know, he'll probably be thinking to himself, had I raised my ace queen, maybe the 2 small hearts would have got out of the way. But we're all geniuses after the event, so we'll move on. And well played. So getting back to Divan, he's been playing for about 12 years. Lists his favourite hand as pocket aces. That was an easy one.
That was an interesting movie that I just watched. Never seen it before.
And when I asked him who his favourite player was, he quoted a South African player who will be in this event. And then he said it was Eugene Duplessis. For those of you who don't know, we'll probably be seeing Eugene later.
Representing that he's representing. Came here to play.
Even I do be.
I'm glad you had him beat. Makes a big difference now.
The problem is I didn't have Doobie. The problem is the board.
8. To raise up to 800.
Look at your cards first.
Raise up to 800.
Rudolph, the only problem is that he had 2 pairs. If he doesn't have 2 pairs, he folds. That's the only problem.
Yeah, but what is he betting out?
So there's a raise by Alvin with the ace-8 of diamonds. George just smooth calls here, and Divan's patience pay off. The only problem is he's been so quiet. Is he gonna get paid off? I'm assuming he's gonna raise here. I don't think he's calling here.
No, man, it doesn't make sense.
I was very happy. Sorry?
It doesn't make sense. What are you presenting? Raising under the gun of 19?
500. 3,000.
So there's a raise there to 3,500, 3-bet.
Hey, Divan.
Alvin's picking up
Welcome,
chips.
boy. And we've got Divan Serfontein playing his first hand.
Rudolph is giving Divan a bit of flack. He's noticed that Divan's not been playing and saying welcome to the table, even though he's been sat there the whole time. So, as I said, the players don't miss this, and that's why Alvin's getting rid of a reasonably strong ace there, suited ace. I don't think George Levine's going anywhere with his pocket 10s. And George's smooth call there. And we'll see a flop 2 ways. Obviously Divan's got him dominated with the 2 black kings, and George looking for some help on the flop here. Oh dear. George Levine flops a set. 2 clubs on board. Divan's going to think he's good. The only thing that's going to save him is the ace on the table. They always say that the kings are the ace magnets, and sure enough, the ace has come. But in this regard, I think the ace might save Divan some money on the basis that George has flopped second set. George checked his set, so Divan's going to think maybe he doesn't have an ace. He's going to test the waters and put some chips in here.
Okay, 4,700.
And he bets 4,700, which is about half pot.
Did you think you had me head?
Sorry? Lam won it. Yeah, I finished second. Second? No, we went heads up. But first hand, I got. What was it? Ace 4, yeah, ace jack.
So George just checked back his set. Divan thinks he's good with his kings. Of course, the ace magnets have done their business, and the ace is on the flop. So I think that it's going to save him some money here. But Divan's put in a bet. George is just smooth call. The alarms must be going off for Divan. He's probably going to put George on an ace here. He's got the option. I suspect he's going to check here. Divan with the option. If he doesn't think George has got an ace, then maybe he's going to bet out. George is going to re-raise. Divan's going to realise what's happening and he's going to fold. Let's see. Let's follow the action.
$11,500.
So Divan bets his 7,500. And George is just going to take a little bit of time here, a little bit of Hollywooding. I think he knows he's good with his set of tens. And what he's thinking is, how much more money can I get out of Divan? What does Divan have? He's hoping that Divan's got ace king or a hand like that, maybe ace 10, 2 pair, and he's hoping to extract some money here. So it'll be interesting to see what the sizing is from George. He's certainly not flat calling here. The master of work, Mr. Levine. He's telling a story here just by taking his time. Now he's going to start to carve out a few more chips, and there comes the re-raise.
On top is 22,000. Total is 32,500.
So George has raised. I didn't get the amount. He's raised to 32,500, which means there's a 21,000 difference for Divan. Now Divan's a very, very good player. It's the first hand he's got involved with. Divan's thinking now, do I pay this guy off? Has he got 2 pair? What's happening here? We'll finish the end of this hand, but then I want to introduce to you a very special guest to just join me in the commentary box. I've been trying to get him in here for a long, long time, but we'll let the hand play out first, and then I'll do the introductions. So if you hear a bit of shuffling, there's somebody coming in beside me. Divan is battling here. He knows George Levine is not messing around or pulling a move against him. It's the first hand he's played. And you know, we're sort of midpoint on the second level. You know, he's earned the respect and the image he's got at the table. He is struggling with this call. He is struggling so much. Can I get away from this? Can I, you know, why would he bet so much? And George has been very, very crafty here in the amount that he's bet. Essentially, he bet half the pot. You know, am I bluffing? Am I valuing? And Divan is just stuck. There's an ace on the board. The way the hand played, it doesn't make sense for George to have it. And he's going to pay him off. He's going to pay him off. He's going to see the bad news. It's a call. Cards are gone on the back. He'll show the set of tens. Divan will slide the cards to his right. The dealer, disgusted. But look at his face. It's just all pain, you know. Unlucky you were a prisoner, the Divan. Anyhow, enough of my chatter about that hand. I'd like to welcome into the booth Mr. Kevin Khalil. Kevin, good evening.
Good evening, Gary.
What a pleasure to have you in the box at last. I've been trying to drag you in here for a couple of months.
Yes, we try to avoid it.
For those you don't know Kevin's a regular on the circuit. He plays out of Johannesburg, as do a lot of his family. Very experienced poker player. I first met actually Kevin here in Port Elizabeth about a year ago.
Yes.
And we've played a lot of poker since. So, how are you finding PE?
I love the place.
Yeah?
Small blind. 200.
It's a pity there's not more tournaments per year.
You know, and that's, you know, everybody I know is telling me the same story. You know, PE is a wonderful place.
Friendly, everything.
And the hotel's very nice, eh?
Definitely. It's everything's so within grasp of wherever you want to go or do.
And I see you've got a couple of your nephews with you, guarding you in
they
running protection. Is that what they do?
Yeah, they've got to move around with the old man.
Okay. Now, I know you played in a satellite this afternoon to try and get into the high roller,
Yeah.
and you got unlucky, huh?
Unlucky, I got caught with my hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah, so Mr. Lum, I believe, knocked you out, and he eventually won the seats.
He did.
So are we going to see you in the high roller, or are we going to?
No.
Are you going to wait for the main event now?
For the main event.
Okay, so there'll be a few satellites along the way.
Yes.
Tell me, how did you get on in the turbo this afternoon?
I won it, but there were only 4 players.
A win's a win, Kevin, you know.
You're right.
The stats are the stats, eh?
You're right, especially after things have been going wrong.
And yeah, at least you want a little bit of change, eh? So we made a dent in the debt, as they say. Yeah. All right, so welcome to the booth. You're familiar with the technology we're using. I mean, you've been on the feature table yourself quite a few times. A lot of players at the table you recognise here, huh?
Most of them,
yeah. Yeah, most of them are regulars. You saw that last time with Divan. He was just a prisoner, huh?
I think he might have got away from it if he bet the flop instead of checking the flop.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, because if you bet the flop and he gets called, then he's going to slow down. But once he checked, they both checked, he bet the turn, and then he wasn't sure if he had those. He might have found out on the flop.
Yeah. Okay, we've got a hand developing here. Rudolph has got Queen 7 of clubs here, which is obviously the computer hand with 22%. Divan's got 8-7, and the flop has given us 2 spades and 2 clubs. So there's a flush draw on the board here for Rudolph, but Divan is actually ahead, and he's got a lock in a hand with the pocket with the 8s now. So is Divan going to slip this one out bet here with the option, or just hope for a check and just take the pot?
I think he'd more than likely check call.
Yeah, and Divan wins his first pot of the evening, believe it or not, but we're almost at the end of the second level, and he's been very, very tight this evening. It's a shame he wakes up with those kings and gets a slap with a set of tens. It's quite a quiet table, and you know, we've got Warwick Regan at the table, we've got Offer at the table, and they're a pair of chatterboxes normally at the table.
Non-stop, especially Warwick.
Yeah, and Warwick's been playing very, very well. You'll see he's chip leader at the moment on the table with 70%, 177,000. He won a nice hand earlier just before you came in. We've got a new player joined us at the seat 1. Is that Marius or what?
No, Kiva. I actually met him this afternoon. What a gentleman.
Really?
Oh, yes.
He's from East London.
Oh, he's
from East London, but he's got offices here in PE. But he's such a super guy. First time I meet him, just get on with him straight away.
But you're a pretty easygoing guy, Kev, right? Well, we get on. Yes, I don't like anybody.
100%.
I think it's more my wife you like than me. She's the nice one.
she was the one that introduced us, but I always enjoy your company.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, brother. Always a pleasure to see you. Okay, under the gun, Alvin Pillay is getting rid of his 9-3. George with his 9-6 is definitely cool in here. 9-6 suited. Georgie loves to splash her over these pots, especially early on. Look at Rudolph. He thinks he's on holiday. Have you seen him? He's almost lying down at the table. Yeah. Yes. I can't see where the action's up to. I think it's up to Divan. Divan's played
Divan.
and raised. George raised with his 9-6, 96 suited. Good old Georgie. You get a real insight sitting in here to people's play.
Well, I think I'd play that the same way because I wouldn't call it 9-6.
The two of us.
No.
Round number two.
On a fold and a raise. I mean, you don't want to lump in with those scores.
And this is a little bit of a rivalry renewed here. You know, George and Divan heads up again. I mean, Divan's got has got the best of it pre. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I think a bet fold here. What do you think? I mean, George might try and tell a story. He'll check. Could be a bet from Divan. No, he's trying to chat, George.
Yeah, without a doubt. Divan's drawing absolutely dead.
Yeah. Georgie thinks.
George, not the other. So.
Yeah. The guy in seat 1 is actually Martinez. I think you got his surname. The guy used to bet this afternoon.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Martinez. I'm pretty sure it is. We've played a little bit of poker together. I think a year ago. George falls to Divan's race. So Divan picks up 1,008 there. Divan's at the bottom of the pile, and just one hand, you know. But it's all very tight in terms of numbers there, Kev.
Almost the beginning of this feature table. You said Divan's been playing
very
solid.
tight. Yeah, very tight. His first hand was when you walked in at those pocket kings, and we were almost all the way, a third of the way through the second level. Perhaps we could get a shot of the timing screen. Thanks very much, guys. They read my mind as usual. We're getting well drilled in here. We're 17 minutes away from level 3. We've currently got 38 entries. Average stash cover 150. I mean, that's starting stack, by the way. The average stack covers, there's no players out yet, so that's 100%. Average. And we've got George under the gun here. So Alvin in the big, and Offer has been very quiet in the small. He must have wore his voice out today somewhere.
Today we played that satellite fly rider. He put one player on tilt. He shipped with 8-2, got called by ace-5, and he caught the 8 over 2.
Well, I won't mention the player, but he came and spoke to me afterwards, and he was not a happy chap here.
No.
When he got the other guy at ace-5 offsuit,
yes,
I believe. Yeah, he did tell me the story.
Raise up to 1,600.
Offer's not been faring too well here. He pulled a move earlier before you came in, and then he got caught with his hands. And Warwick had called pre-flop with 6-3 of hearts, and he turned 2 clear. And a flush draw, so he was going nowhere. Okay, Charles is in on the button here. He's bet 9-7. I think it was limp ran to him. Offer has to call the.
Charles, that's
Offer's obviously bet and Charles folded because Offer's picking up the chip. Oh, it was Offer was on the button, not Charles.
Charles, that's our connection to the Bolton gang PE.
Is it really? He's the Biltong man, is he?
He sells it.
Yeah, I need to know stuff like this, Kev. I mean, we're on day 3 here, and I'm just finding out where the Biltong comes from. This is not acceptable.
He said he's bringing tomorrow, so we.
Okay, get my name on the list, please.
100%.
100%. Thanks, buddy. So we do a lot of stuff on player profiles here. I mean, you know yourself, you filled out your player profile with me. Yeah. We're talking about Divan. He lists his best and favourite player as Eugene Duplessis. You know, and Eugene's in this event, so they're mates, I think. And, Eugene's a good player.
Yeah, Eugene is a good player. I mean, he gets on very well with Eugene.
Yeah, and
they do get on they socialise a lot in and out of poker.
Yeah, and they talk a lot about poker together, and strategy, and 2 very accomplished players, and I hope to see Eugene on the feature table. Just flicking back to the action here, Kev. Alvin's picked up the dreaded hooks, and he's decided just to call here by the look of it.
Did he smooth?
I think so. And George, I think George also just called. George's got 8-5 of clubs. The flop comes 7, king, 10. Alvin bets. These 2 know each other very well from the Durban action, of course.
I will just come back with winning the high roller and that other one, the WPT.
Yeah, he's a very, very good player. I had him in the box here commentating with us at the Wild Coast. He's quite a shy man, but very knowledgeable about his poker.
Everything.
Doesn't shout from the rooftops, but a gentleman of note.
But that whole crowd that comes from Durban.
Well, apart from Levine.
No, okay.
Georgie and I are very good buddies,
Yeah.
so he won't mind giving him a few carrots on the stream, I'm sure.
But what is surprising, Warwick's played more hands than I've played normally. And I play a lot of hands sometimes.
Yeah, Warwick, he's got his shades on, he's got the old, looks like the super dry top and the shades and the hair going on there. I mean, he's a top actor. I like Warwick a lot. Huh? Yeah, super. I mean, great to play at the table with him and a lot of fun, you know.
Always.
I was speaking about his cousin earlier as well, you know, Warwick. Wesley. We haven't seen Wesley in South Africa for a while, but wherever he is, if he's listening to the stream, we wish you well, Wes, and hope you're still keeping in your winning ways.
Yes, I believe he did go out the country and was upset that apparently they're not allowed to they don't want them to play in that place.
Less said about the better, I suspect. But, yeah, I haven't heard from Wes for a while, but all the best if you're out there, my friend. Offer with Jack 9 here, calls the 400. Martinez, Muller 9-4. Rudolph Faree with 9-7 and George with Queen 6, all splashing around the pot with King 8 and a Jack, and of course the best of it is with Offer with his Jack 9. He's got middle pair. Let's see what he does. It's his option. Oh no, to call. There's been a better 700 from Martinez in seat 1.
Every time I'm involved in a hand with Jack 9, it's supposed to be the Lebanese aces.
I believe so. There's a story behind that, and I'm sure we'll dig that one up later.
Okay. 7 exposed.
So George folds.
Second card's not exposed.
Rudolph folds his cards as well, and the 7 of spades is exposed. So Rudolph is no longer in the hand. So Martinez has bet the 700, and Offer is called with his Jack.
Okay, so
I think Offer's looking to trap here.
Yeah. Well, maybe he's a little bit scared of the king. I don't know.
Martinez to act. Is he going to continue his story?
It's the only way he can win the hand.
Indeed. And he goes to bet. So he bets 800. That's not. Is that enough to get him off the hand? 800. Look at the size of the pot. It's 3.8k.
Oh, didn't see that. No, that's never going to get him.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Offer's going to come along there. He's got 2 good cards, huh? Okay, then the straight gets there. But Offer's got the, you know, Offer's got the Jack.
Or the running flush.
Yeah. Martinez has got to make his story make sense now. He's gonna rep the king here, so we're probably going to see a bet of around 2,500.
1,600.
2-6. Yeah, so around about half pot. Offer's going to look at his cards. Has he got the king?
He's got a fold.
He's been very, very quiet. He doesn't know where he is. You're absolutely right. You know, he's looking across there. Are you at it? He might give him a bit of chat. 4k in the pot, or just over.
1,600.
You can see Offer replaying the hand in his head there.
Yeah.
Am I being had here? Well, yes, you are, Offer, but there's a king out there.
Yeah.
And you know, have a taste of your own medicine for a change, I think is what you're thinking, Kev.
And he always looks like he's lost all the.
And a great guy, a gentleman as
Really,
well.
really.
Yeah, and his card's going to knock in. Martinez in half an hour, in fact not in
And
half
he
an hour, he showed it now. He hasn't got to wait the half an hour. And Offer's like, okay, we'll bank that one.
straight to greeting. But he didn't know where he was from the beginning.
I saw Bozo come in at the side there just now and greet some of the players. David Rosenthal, nice to see him in the field, and hopefully get a shot on the final table later. Sorry, on the feature table later. Just finishing off with our friend Diva. I said to him, what's your favourite poker card? He said, if you're not winning, you're losing. That's like stating the obvious, isn't it, you know? And I said, well, if you had to describe your play in one word, what would it be? He said, aggressive. I mean, the story checks out. I mean, I've played a bit of poker with him.
He's normally an aggressive player. That's why when he told me he only played his very first hand in the Kings game.
Absolutely.
Because I played a lot of cash games with everyone. Always aggressive.
Yeah, different animal, the cash game, huh?
100%.
Under the gun here, Martinez in seat 1, 400 a call. Warwick's in the big. Rudolph, who looks like he's sleeping, is in the small. Martinez gets rid of it, Divan gets rid of it, Shell gets rid of it. Round to Offer. Offer with the 8-5 suited. He's going to have a little splash around the pot.
Raise up to 1,000.
In fact, no, he's raising.
Yeah.
I think he might be tilting a bit here.
I
You think he's steaming a little bit here, Kev, huh?
Oh, spades comes, this is going to be ugly.
And Alvin with the Jack 7. I'm sure he's going to have a little look here in the cutoff.
It's a re-raise.
No, George is thinking I'm valued in here. You know, George will have a raggedy ace and get his money in.
Actually dominated, Georgie.
Oh, he didn't know. He had the raggedy ace though. Eh?
I told you. I told you.
Rudolph with the 7 suits. Go away, Rudolph. Go away. Go away. Jack 6 from Warwick. That's gone. So we got offer to call. Offer calls with 8-5 against Olvin's raise. Olvin's been very quiet. That's reckless, huh?
Look at this, they both got a bit of flop.
Second.
Indeed. The best hand is paired up is Jack, and of course second pair with Offer. That might keep Offer around for a little while. Offer checks it across to Olvin.
No, you mean that.
Offer's in the hijack and Olvin's in the cutoff.
I played with Alvin a few times. I always want to find out where he's which is the last play.
Bet is 5.
Indeed. No hesitation from Offer calling there, huh?
No, no.
A bit of steam there, I think.
Call.
No, he re-raised him. There was a 3-bet there, or re-raise, shall I say, and a call.
Check out.
Turn card comes at 10, which is a brick for both players.
See, this is a bit awful. I might have bet into him.
And he's got a gut shot here with the 7.
Yeah.
Olvin. I mean, Offer's trying to tell a story here.
River.
So it goes check, check. We're going to see a river card. Queen, that's a dangerous card.
They can't play off.
I think this might go check, check. I'm not sure. Offer might want to tell the story. Let's see. He's anyway, he's going to win the hand as a bet.
Okay,
Olvin's got a lock here. Check, check. Everybody's thinking, what on earth are you doing there, Offer? And of course, he's going to slow roll in with the jack there.
Offer should have bet the turn.
Yeah, of course he should. And he should have bet the river if he's going to make his story make sense.
Yeah.
But, I think that was more of a tilt than anything else so far. You know, he'll calm down now.
It was similar to, or it could have been played both ways. By raising the 5,000, you're going to get to see 2-3 cards.
7 minutes on the level. Blinds will be going up to 3-6 with a 6 ante. Average stack 153, 39 players in, 40 entries. We've lost a player already, Kevin.
Oh,
and we're very deep there, so it must be one of the outer tables. We'll try and find out who we've lost. So that was a very quick exit for such a deep tournament. We'll try and get some more information on that for our viewers later.
The blinds are only 3-6 now, or 2-4, no?
Yeah. Started with 150,000. Since we've lost a player there, that must have been an aces, kings, or queens.
Something like that.
Something like that, yeah. These players are too good. They're giving away that sort of money. So Divan's under the gun. Let's see what he picks up.
Give a little take.
Martinez is in the big and Warwick will be in the small. So we've got Rudy on the button. So there's going to be some action for sure.
Guaranteed.
Okay, raise up to 1,300.
Well, so Divan now in early position, under the gun is raising. Let's see if he gets the respect he's due. He's earned the
He could be doing that with 8-9 or 9-10. 6-7 also.
Unfortunately, we can't see either Divan or Charles cards. Offer gets out of the way, still licking his wounds from the previous hand. Olvin folds his 5-3. Yeah. George with his ace-3. Now he loves to play these small aces. We were talking about George earlier. Especially suited. Rudolph with the 7-6 folds. I think he realises this is not a cock he's rushing around with.
He's not good enough.
Jack 7 folding. Back to Divan. We'll try and find out what their cards are. Let's just let the hand progress a little bit. He just gets rid of it.
Hy's aan die gun snap fout. Dink nie eens daar nie. Think a bit.
Flop.
Yeah. Always got something to say. George picks up 2 pair with his ace kicker. Interesting to see what Charles got. If he's got a couple of diamonds, there'll be some action, that's for sure.
Charles got an overpair.
Maybe he's got an overpair.
Bet is 6,000.
And George is nobody's fool. He hasn't won all these high rollers for no reason.
Yeah.
He's coming along for a look-see. Just a smooth call. Okay, that's a dangerous card there, the king. You know, it brings 3 diamonds to the board. It's an overcard to his 2 pair. Charles checks back, which is quite interesting there. So George is going to read something into that. Maybe it's a trap, maybe he thinks it's an over.
He could have 3 kings full. No, he's maybe on jacks or kings,
Let's see.
I would think.
Check, check.
Jacks or
And he's
queens.
got queens, yeah. So the king slowed him down. Absolutely right, Kevin. Good call. The older pair. He flopped the bigger 2 pair.
Not taking anything away from Saul. He knows he's up against some top players.
That's right.
So he won't re-raise or come over the top of Devon or anyone else with less than 9s or 10s.
I think you're being kind, and what you're trying to say is that he's a little bit intimidated by some of the
By
standard
them,
of
yeah,
play here.
yes.
And there's some big reputations at this table. huh?
100%.
Some huge reputation. I mean, Levine, you know, constant winner on the big high roller circuit.
Constant casher.
Yeah, absolutely.
Rudolph's won a good few.
Rudolph has been steady for many years.
Devon solid. Alvin.
Warwick has won a few as well. Martinez is not shy of the winner's circle
No.
either. I've seen him win a few tournaments or be involved. Ivan has got a very big reputation in Johannesburg and around the country, and you know, and Offa can play as well. So he's kind of suited.
100%.
But you know, Charles is a nice fella.
Very nice.
He's going to have his head down, and he's going to relish the challenge here.
But that's what I was saying. No disrespect to the man. He's only going to come 3-bet Devon with a.
Raise up to
Let me show
1,600.
those Devons then.
Now, unfortunately, we didn't get to see Divan's hand there.
Okay.
Normally we get the dealer to show him, but he folded them too quickly, so we won't drag them out of the muck. But occasionally the players just miss getting them in between those dots where the reader is. But you know, it's conditioning, and as the game goes on, we'll get less and less mistakes in that
100%.
regard.
Wasn't interesting, eh?
Bit of a field developing here now. We've currently got 5 players still in.
Hey,
George seems to love his 6-9.
So Offa's raised with his 2 todays. George is called with his 96. Rudolph's got King 10 in the cutoff, and he's decided to put his money in the course, loose call. Martinez has got King 6 suited. He's
Divan, how much have you lost the game?
and Divan is also called with King 6, which I find surprising with Divan.
Yeah.
No, Divan is still there. So the flop brings us 3-5-9 rainbow, and looks like 96 could be a good hand now. Levine just gets richer. Huh? Let's see how the action goes. George bets the 3K. Martinez folds, gets out of the way. So as does Divan. And Offa now with his suited ace has got a decision to make. And you know, this is another old rivalry, Offa you know, versus George Levine.
And he makes a call too. He's looking to get it 4 and a 2 turn.
Well, there you go.
There's a 2.
There's the 2. That brings some straight possibilities
Yeah,
for him.
but if the 4 comes, he's still dead. 2
Yeah,
George or 6.
To George's 6. I'm surprised that Offa here going so far with George Levine. 8 on the river is a brick, but of course it pairs Offa's 8s and it gives him some. But they go check, yeah. George picks up another pot, 9-6 offsuit. Splashing around in pots as usual.
Where did you raise Offa under the gun?
I did.
Okay, Warwick heads the field here for our table with 176k, closest followed by George Levine.
That's lucky.
And Divan's at the bottom with 9%, but 112,000. The blinds are only 400, so he's sitting there with a huge amount of blinds, you know.
A lot of time to get.
Yeah, indeed.
back.
And you know, Divan's a very good professional. He's certainly not going to
What
be worried at this stage.
What was it?
32 seconds on the level. The levels are 45 minutes, so it's a nice steady pace. Kevin?
Plenty time. Plenty time.
And so the players are very deep.
Actually had a very big hand.
So I'm actually looking forward to some really good poker over the next couple of days. You know,
Yes, definitely.
being sat here in the commentary booth, we get to see all the players and the way in which they play, and it's a real privilege for us to be here doing this. You know, I think.
It was not suited.
I think that we can hear the blinds about to go up in the
Raise
background
up
there.
to 1,600.
It's very insightful as a poker player yourself and myself to see how other players play, you know. This is what we call free information. This is your wages for the evening, you know that.
But as you know,
decent offer.
A lot of people don't play the same hand, same way twice.
No, indeed. And, you know, I mean, George is a classic example. You know, he knows how to change gears.
Oh, no.
So we got some chips in the middle now. Looks like we got it 3 ways. Ace-10 with offer. 10-8 with Rudolph, suited of course. And Martinez is on the button, in position with King-7. Top comes King-4 Jack, and of course 60% of it belongs to Martinez with his King.
That's important.
Check from offer. Is Rudolph going to tell a story? He's going to check. I suspect Martinez is going to bet here.
Offer's going to be calling for the gut shot.
I think you're right. He's looking for a queen. Kevin says gut shot there. What we're saying is that it's essentially one card that can help him.
Yeah, the inside straight draw.
Indeed. So he's looking for the queen. Surprisingly, Rudy puts his money on as well. He was looking to develop his hand with a spade on the turn there. I think he's dead now.
Yes.
He looked for an easy check. And I was surprised to see Martinez check that. 4 pairs up with the 6s. I think that's not an issue to anybody. Martinez is going to bet here. We'll get 2 folds and move on. There we go. Straight away, 2 folds. Martinez picks up a nice pot from the button.
Yes.
And for our viewers out there, I mean, obviously we've got a lot of poker players watching, but for the people who are not regular poker players, what we mean by the button is the dealer button. That is the place that the dealer would have been sitting had the cards being passed around the table back in the olden days. And it's the strongest position on the table because you're the last to act, and he gets to see everybody else's action.
Yes. It's supposed to be an advantage point.
So
we're having a dealer change. We got the Taboo going out and the lovely Deborah coming into screen. Deborah's been with the Monsterjam Poker Tour since the beginning. She's got an ingrown toenail this week. She's been limping around. And she'll tell anybody who'll listen, by the way. She said to me, "Why does it keep coming back?" I said, "You need to behave yourself. You're getting punished by God." She said, "But I'm a good girl." I said, "Look, that's not what I hear." No. She's such a fun girl, though. She's a lot of
fun. I told her when she was doing it, I said, "And you seem to find the furniture all the time." She said, "All the time." One thing with MJPT dealers, Mark's got a good class of dealers.
Indeed. And, you know, I said to them this evening, we were doing a little bit of coaching for the dealers who are working on the RFID table. I said, smiling is free.
Yeah.
You know, I've given you lots of free smiles today, so I expect some smiling on the future table.
100%.
So she better remember, I need some smiling going on here.
And they take a lot of flack.
Yeah, they do. They do. I mean, at this level, the flack they get is very much in fun and tongue-in-cheek.
Yeah.
You know, these players understand that the dealers are there. It's their job. They're facilitating the dealing of the cards. It's not their fault if they get a bad beat. It's not their fault that the cards
they don't do
it
intentionally.
What you usually find is that the players are getting a bit of abuse in casino environments or cash games when people are drinking and people don't understand the game so much and they're just having a bit of fun. But they get quite resilient to that sort of stuff, you know. They become very resilient.
I was going to say that they're so professional about it, they don't even
hear it
or anything, they just carry on with it. Yeah. So one of the dealers that she was last year, she was still busy learning Lily, in fact. And I just thought, you got to just relax and forget what people are saying around. She's now turned out she's also dealing in the big games, most of the tournaments.
For sure. You know, and we as players, we as managers, we as ambassadors of the game, need to set the example to the younger player coming through.
100%.
I know I've been on many tables where I've seen you the alpha dog on the table captain, and I've seen you correct people and pick them up. And you know, we thank you and people like you, Kevin, for managing the game in a gentle way and telling people and guiding them, because that's our job as old people.
100%. When the game's running smoothly, you're enjoying it. No, I wouldn't like their jobs first of all, the dealers.
Now what?
But
now we're going to
out of the tournaments and all that, some cash games, I think we all lose it a little bit to the dealer.
Indeed. I mean, I've got to say, I have been a dealer back in the day. I'm not going to tell people how old I was, but suffice to say, I'm just a little bit younger than you, Kevin. Not much, though, I might say. But back in the day, in my army days in the 70s, we were posted in London.
Yes.
And to earn a little bit of cash, because the Queen didn't pay us enough money, of course, we used to do security on the casino doors, and we got taught to deal as well. So we used to deal back in the day the 5-card stud game. The single draw, triple draw, the 7 cards.
Yes.
And of course Texas Hold'em was coming to the fore then, so we
Got
learned
it,
to deal that then. And back in those days, we used to get dogs abuse. People used to smoke in the casinos, but you put up with it because they gave you good cash tips. And they played with paper money on the tables in
Yes,
some casinos.
100%. Yeah, it was always cash flow.
Yeah, indeed. So, we made a bit of cash there just to subsidise our income while we were doing duties in London. So I have some sympathy for the dealers, and it's not an easy job.
No.
People think you just sat there and chucking cards around. It's actually quite tiring. We've got an interesting hand here, Kevin. Alvin Peeler with the ace-10. I mean, he's flopped the ace. There's obviously a flush there. The board has paired.
And Rudolph for the inside straight for he let it go.
Yeah, and he's let it go, and I think rightly so, because what is he beating there?
What was you beating there?
He's not beating a lot. In fact, it's exactly what he just said on the table. What was I beating? Not a lot. So we've got our blinds up, Kevin. We're on level 3, 300, 600 with a 600 big blind ante. I'm interested, this big blind ante. We originally, just for the viewers out there, everybody paid an ante. And that was to increase the amount of money on the table, and obviously to reduce the amount of players, and with the blinds going up. And that became quite tiresome, and we were always, who hasn't put their ante in, etc., etc. So they introduced the button ante.
Yes, to make it.
And the button ante changed the dynamic of the game considerably, to the point where the WSOP and the TDA changed it to the big blind ante, which I now think is the best solution. And what do you think about the big blind ante?
100% for it.
Yeah.
Because now when you get those small stacks, they're going to have to push before the blinds are coming in. Because now they've got to put the whole lot into the big blind, and you haven't got a big stack. So
yeah, sure. And also it helps the dealer considerably. They're only chasing one person with chips. And of course we gain time. And as poker players, we want to play hands.
Yes.
We're not winning money.
No, we want to play hands.
If we're sitting there watching the dealer count chips. Absolutely. All right, so under the gun +1, Rudy's called the big blind, the 600. And Charles is woken up with 99 in his hand, and he's raised to 2.2. Desmond, as we call it in the trade, 2-2 after the Archbishop here in South Africa. And
Alvin also called.
And Offer is called as well. Now, Alvin's splashing around with 5-3 with his newfound wealth, I think, from the previous hand. But he is in the big blind, and that's the dynamic. He's already put in 1,200 in his mind.
Yes, so
that's put in the ante. And hence the reason we find him in the hand. Now, Offer is concentrating again. He checks with a King 8-4, 2-diamond board. Alvin obviously checks. Rudolph checks. So the options with Scholl.
Scholl must bid out to see where he is. I mean,
Offer seems to be more interested in the suit than the cards, by the way. Checks.
Well, it's not a bad play by Scholl, because check the king and bet in the ace, letting them put in the ace. So
you've just seen a set of legs behind Offer on a chair. That's one of our cameramen, that's Pagani. He's looking to get an overhead shot there. I do hope he's not going to fall in off his suit. From a health and safety point of view, he shouldn't be stood on that chair. We will have a little word with him. We've given him a ladder, so and his buddy should be holding a ladder. So for our viewers out there, we apologise. We're not trying to put our people at risk here, but we will make sure that he does the right thing later. I missed the end of that hand. Did Joel bet and get some folds?
My apologies there to Charles, saying earlier maybe he's feeling uncomfortable because he played this end as well as any of those veterans would have played it.
Yeah, in position though.
Yeah,
he was on the button.
Yes,
so
100%. He checked the king and bet the ace, which is going to make a difference.
Yeah, very nicely played by Joel. And then Joel's actually competing nicely on this table.
Yes, he looks at relaxed now.
But we're not at the business end of the tournament yet. We're still very deep.
Yes.
And you know, you'll notice some of the very top players here splashing around in pots because it is cheap. They want to build their stacks, yeah?
All the time.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah.
Now, I've got a comment. I get a comment on the feed that why are people eating at the table? Well, the truth is, the rules are you're not supposed to be eating at the table.
100%.
And Mr. Offer shouldn't have that soup in his hand. And I'm pretty sure one of the team will go along there and mention that to him shortly.
Okay.
And it's been mentioned and it's still not even attempted.
And yeah, we'll let the management team sort that out. We're here to see the business end, and Warwick's woke up with pocket threes. He's crab hunting, as we say, with the threes. Looking for a set mining. He's called the 600, looking to see a flop for free. Well, it's flop for 600.
No food on the table.
No food on the table.
Yes. 300 more.
So Colonel Deborah has made a decision, and there's no food on the table, and the message has got through to Mr. Offer.
But she can hear you, eh?
Deborah will have a radio link to us.
Okay.
She cannot hear the commentary. No. I think she's just realised that she's supposed to police that or get somebody. So flush draw comes here for George Levine. No luck for the crab hunting with Warwick. We don't know what Offer's got. Well, we do. He's got to play the soup, but we don't know what he's got in terms of cards.
George, besides the flush draw, he's got the gut inside straight draw also.
Okay, so George's got quite a strong hand.
Yeah.
And you know, that's represented by the 51 to 1%. But of course, we haven't factored in Offer's cards because we can't see them.
Yeah.
So you know, we're blind with Offer, and it looks like Offer's walked away from the table with his plates. So
we're not going to see them.
So we're not going to see them, and they're gone. So it's 2 to the turn. Be interesting to see a spade here.
Check with it.
Ball pairs up, so that's quite an interesting card.
No, now the percentage works in all the side.
Yeah, for sure. So Alvin's sitting here with 2 pair. 10 to 2s. As you said, George has got the gut shot straight draw and the flush draw. So, you know, based on the cards that have gone, you'll see on the top of our screen here, he's actually got 11 outs.
Yes.
So that's quite a high percentage in terms of that. And George will be calculating that in his mind now.
He got the hidden straight.
And there comes the straight. And Alvin's not going to see that, but he's going to be aware of it, but he's not actually. Is he going to put George on Jack 7?
I mean,
4,500.
These two know each other very, very well.
He'll call because he thinks he's slightly work on a spade draw, which you are.
What price a re-raise?
No, he won't re-raise.
No?
Not Alvin.
Just to call you absolutely right, Kevin. He sees the bad news straight. I won't repeat what Alvin just said, but he wasn't happy to see the Jack 7.
You would have got away if the spade came, but the man you're going to have to pay him.
And there you go, George Levine at the top of the stack on the table. There's a surprise, George in the lead on the chip.
Good old George, he gets his chips all
And,
along.
you know, Charles, our local player, in second place. Well done to Charles, you know. Well done.
Doing very well. You know, he's the type of person, I think he'll maintain it.
And good, I hope he does.
Yes.
I really do. Because, you know, it's nice to see people from the local
New faces in the
area.
local area.
Absolutely, you know. And what I will say is Mark sent his team down here 3 weeks early. They've been running satellites in the Bravo bar.
And he said he got such a good response.
Absolutely. And, you know, there are so many players qualified for the main event, and a few that are qualified. In fact, Charles might be one of them, I don't know.
Yeah, he did qualify for the high roller.
So they've got into the high roller, which is normally a 40,000 buy-in, and they've gone into a satellite for 1,000 or 2,000 rounds, and they've won their way through and got a seat.
And I think he also won the main event, I'm not sure.
So he's got a main event seat as well.
Yeah, but he supports it all the time, so he's entitled to a chat.
Yeah, and good for him, you know, and we as Monsterjam Poker want to see those sort of stories because it's good advertising for us. Poker generally wants to see new players coming in. It's
going to be a big game.
Okay, so
Alvin's going to re-raise.
6,000.
Yeah.
So raise to 2,000. George Levine gets away with his suited ace. Rudy gets away with, well, Rudy's going to call his suited ace. Let's see. Let's just have a quick look at Rudy. who still thinks he's on holiday. Slacking in his chair. Maybe we get a shot of Rudy on that end of the table.
And also only the re-raise. I'll be surprised if he doesn't re-raise.
Four bet. There's the 4 bet. And Rudolph's now sitting up in his chair. He's taking notice now.
End of the holiday.
Yeah, the holiday is over. What just happened? 20k. Okay, my money's on fold here.
Well, Alvin can fold.
He's asking what his stack is. So, you know, what he's doing there for the viewers out there that are not aware is this. Alvin's now doing the calculation. What is his next bet going to be?
Yeah.
How much money has he got behind? And what is my liability?
100%. I think he's sitting with about 75 maybe.
So,
is that what he's saying? 85.
20,400.
So it's 20,004. What they're working out is how much is in the pot. They're currently sitting at 33,000. So he's working out to himself, if I call here, you know, what are my implied odds? And you know, what do I stand to win? And also, what he's got to factor in is he's got Rudy, who is quite unpredictable to his left and still to play.
But if Alvin calls, I know Rudolph will call.
Yeah. So Alvin, look at Alvin looking across at offer. You know, Alvin is a very accomplished player. He's looking for a read. He's offered deep breathing. You know, are the veins on the side of his head pumping? Can he look him in the eye? You know, these are professional poker players. They're looking for any help they can get. You know, I wouldn't put it past Alvin to just shove this all in either, you know?
Well, I think now with him taking so long, if he does shove, Orpha's calling.
Yeah, for sure. And then Rudy will insta-fold. But as I say...
But if he flat calls, Rudolph's going to call. What did I tell you? So, Orpha got all the value he was looking for.
Yeah.
But if Alvin folded, I think Rudolph would have folded.
Okay, let's have a look at the flop. This is a big flop coming out.
No,
biggest flop of the night so far.
There's one ace left in the deck.
62,000 in the middle. And there's a king, no help for anybody. Offer's still good, huh? But that king is going to slow him down a bit. And of course, there's 3 clubs there, Kevin.
Yes, and he hasn't got the queen of clubs. But you see, that's the right way of playing. He's got to come out betting.
Of course, I mean, he has to continue there. But he's only bet 20, so he's not up the bets.
No,
he's just. But this is quite common there these days, this down betting. You know, in our day it was a third pot, 2 third pots, or full pots.
After there's 60, 70,000 in there, minimum should be 30 odd.
Yeah, of course. But this down betting or just continue betting to keep people in.
He got away with it.
And he got fold. Let's see if he flips his cards over. He likes to get his reputation. No, he keeps his cards closed.
No.
So these guys will have to wait half an hour on the feed to find out what he was playing with there. But they'll be pleased when they see the feed. They made the right decision.
100%.
But of course, Offer is now climbing back up a bit. So, I mean, he was suffering after.
He was on 105.
And Rudolph now, you know, is back to 100,000, so he's at the bottom of our list. But 600, and he's still got 100,000. This is a deep tournament, Kev. We're going to be here a while. What do you think?
Definitely.
Yeah, for sure. So if we can swing across to our timing screen, if our technical boys will just let's have a little look here. I don't know when the next break is, but we're into our 3rd level. So we'll just flick across now.
26 minutes.
So at the end of this level, we'll get 15-20 minutes to go over walk and stretch our legs.
Okay.
41 entries, 40 players in. So another player's joined the field. So we're now sitting with 5 tables.
Yeah.
Which is a good showing for Port Elizabeth. This is a high roller. Eh?
That's why you actually want Port Elizabeth, a winner from Port Elizabeth. They support this tournament so well. I mean, there's no big poker community, yeah? No. And you get 5 tables in Port Elizabeth for high roller.
Massive, huh? Massive.
Unbelievable.
I mean, it's fair. There's guys who are coming from Cape Town. You know, Ahmed Karim and people like this. George Levine and in shot there with Alvin Pila, the KZN guys.
And Rudolph from Bloemfontein.
Rudolph is from Bloemfontein. He's a Free State guy. And of course you got Offer there as well as Johannesburg. So, you know, poor Martinez as well. You said he works, he's got offices here, but he's from East London. So.
Yes.
But Martinez is quite, I've seen him around the circuit a bit. We played a little bit together. And of course, Charles we've spoken about.
Alvin folded our fold.
So let's talk a little bit about Charles. I did get a chance to sit down with him earlier. I'm not going to try and pronounce his surname because I'm not Afrikaans. But
Blocknot.
Okay, well done, Kevin. Thank you for the translation. And I apologise, my Pommy accent doesn't let me get my tongue around some of those. He's 53, as you say, he's a PE guy, got a couple of kids, been playing for 15 years on and off, but only recreational.
Yes.
Favourite hand, pocket aces. Well, that's an easy one there, Joel. We'll go with that.
You didn't have aces.
His favourite player is Daniel
Just
Negreanu,
saying to you,
the famous Canadian.
You didn't have the ace of queens.
As it happens,
ace
he's
of
my favourite player
diamonds, You
too.
didn't have the ace of
Yeah,
hearts.
it's quite
You
common.
didn't have the
He
ace of
doesn't
clubs.
like bad losers at the table. He likes to be quiet at the
Yeah.
table, he says, and
Yeah.
he's proven that. He's just playing his game, not getting involved with any of these the big boys.
That's why we want to see what
He
he
says
has.
his favourite poker quote is "Hold up, hold up." I think we can all sympathise with that.
Yeah.
And he describes his play as conservative. I think that's fair.
It is, yeah, he has been conservative.
So back to the table. Warwick has
there's one
woken
ace
up
left
here with ace-9 offsuit. He's in the big blind. He had a little think about it. He's a 3K raise from Alvin.
3 aces was out.
Alvin with the 9-6 there. The board had come to 10 king, I believe.
It's too big for...
Yeah, I'd say he was pulling him. Basically, he got away with it.
Smaller background.
Yeah, so his best performance was in the Boardwalk tourneys, which brackets the satellites, is what he said.
Yes, yes.
And that bears out what you were saying earlier.
I think he did win 2 of them, the main one and the hard runner.
You didn't have a club, bet
So that was his best performance. And believe it or not, I always ask people, what do you do when you're not playing poker
Remember the
and
hand
not
that I
working all with the
raised?
family?
What's his name?
He said, I'm a spear fisherman. And he said, I'm an international spear fisherman.
Remember?
No, I didn't know you did spear fishing
Same, yeah, I
internationally.
didn't know there was...
But he has international colours for South Africa for spear fishing. So well go, So he's a bit of a frogman.
What did you have?
yes.
Yeah, so interesting time, and I'd like to actually talk a bit more about that. And, you know, he had me all excited. Then I said, "What rugby team do you support?" He said, "The Stormers." So I didn't speak to him anymore. Being a good Sharks man, you know.
Yeah.
All joking aside, he said, you know, he said, ideal one-to-one would be to sit by a fire, talk rubbish with one of my best mates, and drink a couple of beers.
600.
You know, a good wholesome chap.
Yes, you can see that. I mean, you could actually spend time listening to him in his conversations and all that.
Nice fella, huh?
Very nice.
Very nice fella. And I, as I say, I don't know Joel, but we spent 10 or 15 minutes chatting before, as I like to with people that are going to be on our feature table, just to get to know them a little bit. And I enjoyed his
You've
company.
been on TV many times with your rugby and everything, so you do know what's to be done and what has...
You flatter me. I try to keep under the radar with all my previous escapades.
If they go and Google Gary Allen, a lot's going to come up.
You might find my prison record though. That'll be the worry.
That will never come up. What they will find is a lot to do with sports, especially in the rugby community.
Kevy alludes to the fact that I used to referee rugby at a reasonable level and played a little bit as well. So thank you for mentioning that, Kev. A little bit over the hill and a little bit round around the belly, but still love the sport, huh?
When it was your time, it was your time.
Indeed. So we got quite a big field developing here on our feature table.
Yes.
Warwick's got the snowman. He's checked. I think the original bet was 1.2 from Chol. So Warwick's in the small blind, and I think the action is on him to call 3K. He gets rid of the 8. So that's a pretty disciplined fold from Warwick there, huh?
I'm flabbergasted.
I think Warwick's, there's no tequila in his hand. He might be
No.
here to win it tonight, huh?
Yeah, well, maybe, but you know what? Boredom eventually gets hold of you. Hopefully it doesn't happen to him.
No, Warwick. Looks like Warwick's in the zone tonight, and you know,
Yes.
Warwick's got game now. He can play a good game. A very good player, Warwick. So we've got the Queen Jack here. It's gone check. We can't see Charles' cards.
Sorry?
So
Queen Jack.
Rudy tables the Ace Queen, and Charles tables the Ace Queen, and Rudolph tables Queen Jack.
Wow.
And I think what we were talking about earlier with Charles, conservative, maybe missed an opportunity for a bit of value there.
Yes, he would have got quite a bit of value from
Small and
Rudolph.
big blind.
Yeah, and you know, once again, with the greatest of respect to Charles, that shows a level of immaturity in terms of playing with these high roller players. He did miss an opportunity, perhaps get a little bit of value. Check on the river there, top pair, top kicker. We'd expect to have seen some sort of value there, even if it's just some min better.
So he might be giving them too much respect, right?
Yeah.
And you're proud
Okay, I mean, you know,
as well.
But
with any luck, he'll watch back the stream during the break if he gets a chance and see what some of them are playing with. And you know, a good poker player will do that, and they will evolve. Hopefully, he's got someone watching on his behalf anyhow.
And letting him know really.
He was very excited to be on the feature table, so I'm pretty sure he's got somebody watching.
But that's what Mark tried to do, was get a lot of people of the PE crowd that were playing on the feature table.
Yeah, I mean, in the free roll yesterday, I mean, there were a lot of guys from PE. We didn't have to make an effort to get them on the table. There were just so many of them.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. So Charles walking up with a suited ace-4 here. Offer's got the hooks. You know, how do we play those cards? I hate them. You either get it in or you be quiet and hope for the best.
Yeah. He's raised it to 2.5.
And I think that's right. You know, on this table, you've got to raise your cards.
100%.
You don't want people splashing around in pots. I mean, George Levine has already showed a propensity to get in there with, you know, with rubbish. With rubbish. And he gets lucky, George, you know. And he's not the only one. So Charles likes his ace-4 suited. And he's under the gun there. So, I mean, that's a bit of a loose score in my book. Let's see what the flop brings.
But he's not even.
Well, he's not going to get locked in there. The only good news for him is an overcard. Now, offers nobody's fool. An immediate continuation. No, I think that's the first time I've heard Charles speak at the table. He said it's not a bet. And offer said it's 5,000.
He's showing a little bit of more maturity now, because a lot of lesser players would call for maybe a running spade or a running straight.
Indeed. Georgie's been a bit quiet, but look at the bottom left-hand corner. Georgie's feeding his face again. And this guy eats so much food but never gets any fatter. I mean, we need to get his secret, Kev. What do you think?
I don't know. The only thing I can do is maybe just wire my jaw.
Yeah, we're past saving, I think, us two. In fact, I was eyeing up those chicken and mushroom pies in the deli there earlier. They're really not very good for you.
No.
I must say the food here in the hotel is very, very good. There's some good healthy options.
The breakfast is unbelievable.
I categorise the breakfast as red or green lanes. If I go to the left, it's the red lane with the bacon and the sausages, etc. And then on the right's all that other stuff that's very, very healthy.
The good stuff.
I've not been over there yet. I'm kind of a left-hand side man.
I get there very late.
I don't actually know where the right-hand side is. I'm kind of allergic to going over there.
Really?
I think we're getting near the end of the level now. Perhaps our tech team can give me a shot of the timing screen, and we can give you an update on the level.
Should be 12 minutes,
yeah, I think it's around about that.
George.
Rudolph's raised up the 3K here with the ace-jack off. Martinez a bit stubborn on the button with 10-4 suited.
There's so many players that play that suited hand. It's immaterial what it is.
And you know, they get attached to the button as well. I've got position.
No.
But you know.
And I mean, 3,000 chips, it's a biggish bet to the blinds on 3-6, or was it 2-4? 3-6.
It's 3-6, so it's 5, you know, it's
5 times the big line.
5x. We're 16 minutes on the level. I'm just looking across at one of our other screens here. So we're 16 minutes to go. Thanks, tech guys. George is thinking about his 6-5 and they go in the muck.
Love that.
So 2 players to the flop. Ace-jack versus 10-4 suited.
I was looking at George.
2-10 down.
You know, Martinez, it's a gift, eh? We're saying, what are you doing calling with 10-4? What do we know about poker camp? That's probably why we're sat here, right?
Buttons
we're
amazing.
not out there, right?
Yeah. And he's smooth it too.
Yeah, of course
if
he's
a jack or ace turns, Rudolph's losing a bit of chips.
Okay, so the 7 really doesn't give much help unless somebody's looking for a straight there. And you know, I don't think Rudolph's got any straight cards in his armory.
If Rudolph checks, Martinez should check. That is a bet.
Yeah, Rudy might be attached to his 2 overs though, eh? Yeah, he is. So obviously there was a bet call there.
Check open.
Okay, so there's a boat here now.
That's
He calls with his 2 overs. I'm surprised there, eh? Martinez shows him the bad news.
He actually called
Call
ace
3010
Yeah, I think so. You know, so Rudolph is now rewind the tape to where we were at the beginning of the hand. What you doing calling with ace quid 10-4?
Call 3,000.
Yeah, and you can understand his frustration, but hey, he paid his money. If I'd have said to you, this guy's got 10-4, and you've got ace jack, and he's going to call, you'd have said, thanks very much, I'll pick up the chips.
All the time.
And of course, when he flops 2 10s, then we don't like it. So, you know, as poker players, we're a fickle bunch.
So with Rudolph, he put in the 3, he bet the flop 5, which was right. The man calls. What is he calling another bet on the river for?
Wow.
I don't want to contradict any play, I mean.
Well, if we were that good, we'd be sat at the table out there, Kevin, I suppose. But, you know, Rudolph obviously has a read on the guy. He thought his over was good. You know, in his mind, you know, he thought his ace half was good. So now he's getting the black, and Rudy has to take it and suck it up. That's life, you know.
As 10 any deck,
Even Divan's getting stuck into Rudolph. I think Divan's just bored now. He just wants to get a bit of... Well, even Charles having a bit of a smile over here.
And something, I think Charles did say something.
Did he? Good for him. You know, keep with the programme, huh? Well, George has obviously finished feeding his face, so... any ace, here we go. Good old Georgie. He knocked me out of a tournament with ace 2 offsuit once, you know that. I've never forgiven him.
Look at this. How's he going to let ace 4 go to ace queen?
Je weet, je kan niet een strijd met 10.
Divan's getting rid of it. Charles got king 10. I mean, Cole might fancy this, eh? I mean, Cole's already in the small blind. He might just fancy a little splash about. He's raised up to 2k, so it's going to cost him a little bit of money.
But I'm surprised Martinez just smooth.
So his card's got luck. Offer's got king 7 suited, so he's definitely calling. I mean, that's well within his range, and he sees the value in that.
Big hand for offer.
Tells
And I like offer.
You'll see this is like 2 to 1 his money. That's easy, like easy call.
Denk je, als ik een 10 had,
And there's 1 club. Oh, I'm glad the second club
Look
is
at George.
So George has now got his 4.
Yeah, check it.
And 61% of the action. You know, how does this guy do it? I mean, he's like Harry Potter, isn't he?
Merlin the Wizard.
In fact, that's my new name for George Levine, Harry Potter.
Yeah.
Or George Potter, maybe. He accredits all his luck to his little card protector. He carries around that opal skull. Do you see? He calls it Archbit. I don't know why.
See, that's the right for the plan. He never raised pre-flop with ace queen. Miss the board, get rid of your hand.
Yeah, indeed.
Can have this one. Okay, thank you for the
But
Good job there wasn't 2 clubs there, 'cause
Yeah.
Offer would have
No,
been
he
after
was
that.
again nowhere.
And George shows the 4 just for the amusement value.
You raised 2k with a 4. What was the other one?
Indeed. Well, I think the answer to that is watch the stream in half an hour. So our blinds are at 3-6. We're on nearly at the end of level 3. 45 minutes on the levels.
Meantime, Warwick's still got a lot of chips there, and he hasn't played too much action.
Oh, I told you, Warwick's here to win. He looks like he's got his game face on.
Yes.
Which is good, because Warwick is a very, very good player.
He deserves a big one because he has supported a lot of tournaments.
Oh, for sure. You know, wherever we go, he seems
He's
to be
always
there.
there, yes.
He's always there, yeah, for sure. So, quick shout out to our sponsors, the Aqua Vita Water guys, the official sponsor of the EFC, and of course our sponsor. Have a few bottles lined up in front of you there, Kevy, so please feel free to take some. The Regal Hospitality events, which of course Monsterjam Poker is a part of. Thank you very much. Our partner Sun International for your continued support, the Global Poker Index, in conjunction with the Hendon Mob, and of course to our friends here at the Boardwalk in the beautiful Eastern Cape, who are extending their wonderful hospitality to the Monsterjam Poker team and all its patrons. Thank you to you.
Maar je moet beter is 10 feet.
George Levine is here under the gun with Queen 8 smooth calls. Rudolph raises with Ace-7 offsuit to 3k. I think that's a bit of a steamy raise there. He's only got 78,000 chips left in his mind. He's lost half his stack already. So, you know, he's probably got another bullet ready to fire. And
you want a good false shoulder.
yeah, and
Offer woke up with kings.
Offer wakes up with the Cowboys, or the Ace Magnets as we like to call them.
Yes, that's...
And Rudolph sitting there with Ace-7. I don't like to predict the food shift, Kev.
Why do you waste time?
Offer needs to make a big raise here to get rid of these guys.
Charles folded Ace-9.
Did Offer just smooth call 2-7?
No, he raised. Oh, did he just call smooth?
He smooth
Okay,
called the 3,000.
I don't know.
He's trying to trap.
George is eating again, by the way, just for your information. So from a consistency point of view, you know, I'm sure George is going to get told about eating over the table as well. We don't like to interfere with the game, but we'll leave that to the management, not us. We're just here to see the action, and we've got a hand developing here, Kev.
6,000.
The aces, the Ace Magnet didn't develop. There's a bet from Offer, and Rudy's right to fold. He's not stupid.
That's the irony I missed.
But
I
would definitely have played this hand a little bit different than Offer, just smoothing pre.
Yeah, I think, you know, given the action prior to him having to act, I mean, even a min raise there would have just boosted the pot a little bit. He'd have got a bit more value out of his hand.
And pre-flop, Rudolph would call for maybe another 3-6. Because now, Rudolph's not going to call anything on a 3-8-10 board.
Yeah. And you know, you recall, I mean, not 10 hands ago, Offer had pocket queens, and he played it completely differently.
Yes.
You know, I mean, perhaps he should have been playing the same way. I mean, you know, no criticism of Offer. You know, change gears. He was looking to trap there, maybe get a few more people in. You know, and a nice ace-king flop would have been good there. That would have generated a lot of action, and we'd have been saying he's a genius. So, you know, to be fair to him.
But that's the only way he was going to get money if ace came on and he had to have his king. But if it's...
So Rudy has my my favourite hand.
600.
I don't mind it suited or offsuit, but Jack 10 is my favourite hand.
Well, at least he only smooth.
Yeah, indeed. But he is under the gun. He just wants to get a look at the flop for cheap. You know, there's been a propensity for these players to be raising with some junk. I mean, Charles reaches for some chips there. I don't know what he's got. Looks like a smooth call. Offer gets rid of his cards.
300.
Charles got 180,000 there, right?
Yeah.
So he's well above his starting stack. He's done well.
Alvin picked up this hand quite often.
Yeah, but you don't hear from Alvin.
No.
It's not like he's in your face. All of a sudden he just pops up with a hand, you know. It's like he's almost like a sniper. You know? He just sort of puts his head above the pulpit and the parapet and starts firing. I mean, George is going nowhere here with Jack King off. You know, he's in the big blind in his mind. He's already put $1,200 in.
If
You know?
the flop comes down, King Jack 10.
That would be quite entertaining, and we probably have to set fire to the table.
Rudolph and George will be rebuying. That I can tell you now.
Well, let's have a look, see if we can get an action flop. That's not hoping. Okay. I don't think it's going to give us any fireworks. I mean, there is a...
Rudolph's got an inside draw.
Indeed, he picks up the inside with the 7-9. I mean, this is all about position now. So, you know, Alvin's first to act. He's going to put it in. George is going to look down and get shot at this rubbish now. Yeah, and Rudolph sees the same. And that's really respect for Alvin. Charles still got cards, but we don't know what he's got.
Yeah. He still wants to check.
Sorry. What do you want to call with now again? Okay.
If Charles calls here, he's got an ace in his hand. Or he's got he's paired the board, or a 2-pair or whatever. But he doesn't have 2-pair in his range here unless he's got an ace-7 suited, ace-9 suited free.
And that would be the only one.
Yeah, I mean, he's looking and looking and looking.
It'd have to be ace-7, ace-9 of spades, possibly.
Yeah. So we're making some predictions here. I mean, I'm predicting if he's calling, he's definitely got an ace.
Yeah.
That's for sure. He gets rid of it, he hasn't got an ace. Perhaps we'll never know. So 3-6 on the blind, 600 on the big blind ante.
Small and big blind, please.
Divan sat there, still doesn't play the hand since you sat down. Not really any hand. He's been involved a couple of times with the blinds, but that's about it. Very, very patient. Warwick's been very, very patient as well. Sitting with over average stack. I think Rudolph is probably the biggest loser at the table so far. But once again, he's got over 70,000, you know, and the blinds are only at 600. So we're all very, very deep here. Warwick with 171,000, so he's 21k over the starting stack, which is a good showing for the first 3 levels. These guys are chip building here, 4 minutes 30 seconds on the level. And we're going to take a bit of a comfort break.
There's your hand again.
Jack 10.
Warwick doesn't like. Warwick starting this whole game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a discipline fold, but he's miles out of position there.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's been a lot of action to his left, so Martinez gets rid of his cards. Divan is woken up with a hand here by the looks of things. I think that looks like a call. No, it's a raise. A raise to 1.6. Joel folds King 10 there. I think that was even suited. If it was, that's very disciplined.
Yes, I think it's due to Divan not playing hands for a while.
And of course, George wakes up with a monster. Well, a monster in his mind. 7-5 suited.
Yeah, he definitely outflopped them.
What?
Well, there's George's 7, so he's got middle pip. He hasn't got any backdoor flush options here. Rudolph with Queen 5. I have no idea what he's doing in this hand.
Your wife. Tell her we're doing a cooking channel mixed with poker.
Also looking for a wife now.
Offer's obviously got talking chips now. He must be back up a few. So he's chirping a bit now.
The food went down nicely.
Yeah. His belly is full. He's won a couple of hands, and now he's got talking chips. George is going nowhere with second pair.
And he's betting.
He's got 2 pair. Rudolph's got to get out of the way, and Divan shows a bit of respect to George. We don't know what Divan had. I suspect it would have been an ace-jack type hand or something there.
As this table's been running, George is outflopping each and every person at this table.
You mean George Potter?
Yeah.
Harry Potter's brother. Yeah, I think he's got some magic going on over there. But you know, George runs good, huh?
Gold.
You know, George runs good. I played a lot of poker with George. I enjoy his company very, very much. It sounds like Sam, the tournament director, is telling George he's on the move. I hope George doesn't mind, but he was 60 this year. Georgie, he's reached the grand old age. I was absolutely shocked when he told me he was 60. Big Tom Dwan fan. They play very alike, of course.
Yeah.
And he said his best performance is anything he's won. And of course, you know, only George would have a hobby like collecting antiques.
Yeah.
But he's got enough money, I think, now, you know.
Yes,
He's been racking up a few wins. And I said to him, what's your favourite poker quote? He said, stop whinging and help me count your chips or stack your chips. Which is about right with this guy, huh? You gotta love him. And I don't know how well you know George. Do you know his favourite hand?
Very sensitive.
No.
7-2 suited, and I've seen him play it so many times. He's just one of those crazies, huh?
3,000.
A couple of grown-up kids. And I said to him, how long have you been playing? He said, 8 years. I said, plus VAT? You know, because there's no way he's been playing 8 years. I think he was giving me a bit of a story and a runabout there. You know?
Yeah.
But loves the Monsterjam tour, says they're well run. Always a good structure and a great client experience. I think that sums up Monsterjam very, very well.
The way it's structured, you can at least play some poker.
Yeah, indeed. And here we go. The beeper's going off in the background, so this will be a minute to play on the level. We might get one more hand in.
George is building and building now.
Yeah, I think they're going to be swapping tables. Yeah, in fact, they're writing down some detail now on these papers, so they're going to be changing out the feature table. So I'm going to have to run around like a headless chicken and find out who's going to come onto the feature table, and maybe get a bit of information on them.
Maybe I see Darren Kramer's closest, that table's closest to the feet.
There's Kramer here, is he? I didn't see
Yes,
him.
yes. He's sitting in. Oh,
I didn't see Darren. He must have come in
I
later.
think so.
600.
Okay, you guys want to see?
Darren's used to be a real regular on the circuit. He's not been so regular of late, but top player.
yes, yes.
And well respected by his peers. But if he's coming on the feature table, we'll soon find
600.
out. So that's the break. We'll see the end of this hand. I mean, normally when you're on a break, any raise will take it down if people just want to get away to the toilet. So it's 15 minutes.
Oh, spades.
Just a mistake. 15-minute break.
What thing is on Michael's call? He loves any suit today.
160.
And that works for him.
As predicted, 7-4 never loses.
A lot of the players love calling the 7-7-2 flop.
Yeah.
That happens.
Indeed. So the flop brings us 10-9-6. It's a rainbow flop. In other words, three different suits. Olvin pairs is 10. That's 49% here. Olvin's going to bet. I think we'll just see two quick folds here, and these guys will be heading to the evolutions. Yep, there's the fold, and that's the end of the feature table for now. We're going to take a short break here in Port Elizabeth in the beautiful Eastern Cape. We're going to run you some adverts for our sponsors, and we'll see you back here in about 15 minutes. Don't tune out. Go put the kettle on. We'll see you in 15. Thank you.
cafe for drinks after tournament seating, and we will resume at 12 p.m. tomorrow.
800.
Oh wow, okay, so they've got bigger cards for them to see.
Well, it's got your chips.
I know, but even that card size
They're better cards. The cards are better.
Like that, Eddie.
Yours you can go in a block apparently. This one's small.
Yeah. In the block, not to be separate.
Yeah, must be
800 to play.
Thank you.
Apparently I'm the only special one.
So I put in 8 for him.
They want to double check your card.
I want to make sure I don't get 4 cards if I'm playing.
Who's that again? Oh, Nick. This is you, Harold.
Yeah.
You?
Next. One was used to this.
Ask them quickly what I have before. Look.
800. Raise. Up to 1.8. 1.8. Call. 1.8. This side. Not has this.
Oh, not over
on
the
your
flop.
turn.
Right. Don't throw your cards over the flop.
And then Mark will give
My
us a
turn. So he raised, then you must show, and then fold.
Yeah,
Because
you
they
mustn't
again.
mustn't look straight away. Wait till shot.
But where's the camera?
Because otherwise
Good evening and
It looks down. Yes, it looks under from the bottom.
From the bottom.
good evening and welcome
Not a camera. Not a
back.
camera.
Good evening and welcome back from the break. Sorry, we're just having a couple of sound problems there. In the break, we've changed out our feature table, and we'll go around with some names and numbers in a moment. But before that, it is our honour and privilege to welcome back into the booth the CEO of Monsterjam Poker and Regal Hospitality and Events, Mr. Mark Joseph. Welcome back, Mark.
Oh, thanks, Gary, and it's nice to be sitting here with you, and congratulations on a great job again. I've been watching the feeds, and the comments have been coming in, and the public are really enjoying your commentary, so keep up the good work.
Awesome. Fame at last.
Yeah, so what a lacquer table this is. I'll be honest with you, it's got a really nice dynamic. You know, the definitely the player at this table that I'm very interested in watching is Darren Kramer, and you know, most people in South Africa would know that Darren's a very accomplished poker player, high stakes cash game player, and one of the top tournament players. I'm sure you got a buy from him, but I think his best result, besides a couple of local wins, is I think he came 6th in the EPT in Berlin.
That's so cool.
About 10 years ago, getting through around about 1,200 players, and the you know, that European market is a tough nut to crack, I'll tell you that much.
1-7.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've played a little bit in Europe myself, being a commie. Played in Amsterdam and Barcelona, and it's a big and very accomplished.
No, absolutely. But the rest of this table's got a really nice texture, I'll be honest with you. A lot of interesting players at this table. Let's start with the local player, Sean Halgreen, sitting in position number 4. Sean plays a lot of high rollers around the country, and this is his hometown, so he'll be feeling just at home and pretty happy.
I'm not familiar at all with Sean, I've got to be honest.
Interesting little hand here. We've got 2 players that have got a heart in their hand on a 3-heart flop.
Add a free roll.
What a lot.
2,000.
7-2 ace.
Gary, enjoy that.
So I'm just struggling a bit with the sound in my headset here. I just asked my tech guy just turn my headset up a little bit so I can hear what I'm saying. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Sorry, I didn't see the hand there, Mark. What happened?
I'm not quite sure. I was busy having a look at what you were doing. And then
I was looking up Kramer on Endenbob, to be honest.
And then I saw them shipping the chips to Henny Apple. So let's talk a little bit about Henny. Henny's a pretty well-seasoned poker player as well himself. Henny's got a very good record underneath his belt.
Absolutely, and Henny doesn't just play the 2-card version of the game.
No.
He plays all the versions of the game, and has a little sniff in the baccarat table, I understand,
Oh.
occasionally.
No, that's one of his favourite pastimes.
Yeah, indeed. But certainly got some very good results. And talking of results, I just looked across at Darren Kramer and the Ender mob there, and he's 7 figures in his winnings. So very accomplished around the world, huh?
Oh wow, yes, I see that. $1,090,000. That puts him somewhere
To do a bit of commentating
in the
South
top
Africa.
2,000 of the all-time money list.
And 3rd in South Africa.
Can only be behind Warren Zeki and Ray Rami, I would
Yeah, I
think.
would have thought that's absolutely right.
Or maybe Costa Mamelodis, in fact.
Yeah, maybe.
Costa came 12th.
In fact, we can have a look at the South Africa list. I'll get that open in a minute, and we'll have a little see what's going on.
Oh,
there.
okay, cool.
He'll just like run the
But
show.
Darren is a top player. Did you happen to see where he came in Berlin? I'm sure it was 6.
How much? 18?
I'll jump back to that now.
Or best result, or biggest cash.
His biggest cash was best live cash was $199,000.
And I'm sure that was in.
Okay.
I think you're right. So I'll try and scroll
That
down.
was the
and find-
EPT in Berlin.
I'm just looking now. Yeah, EPT Berlin was he came 6th.
Yeah, that's
that's
what I said.
140,000
euros, which is probably $199,000.
Just short of $200,000.
Yeah, so that was it.
And in answer to your question on the all-time South Africa list, of course, we were forgetting our good friend Jared Solomon, who's recently had a big cash.
Yes, has he moved up there?
Yeah, he's now in 2nd place. So we've got Raymond Rami, of course, with the 3 million score with back in 2000
Yes.
and
2007.
2007. And
Came
he's-
3rd.
yeah,
Got his King's Bust by Ace-5
I mean, I want
by
to
the
say
eventual
yes,
winning
but
Jerry
I'm saying
Yang.
Jerry Yang, that's the very same man, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's there on 3.5 million, and Jared Solomon has just moved into 2nd place on 1.4 million.
Oh, it looks like it's chocolate time.
I've told them before about each of my feature table, you know, Mr. CEO. And then Darren sits there at just over $1 million, and then Warren Zaki is in the 4th place, just
Okay.
under $1 million.
Excellent. I wonder where Costa Mamelodis, if they even got enlisted on the Hender mob. I mean, Costa came 12th or 13th in the main event the year after Warren.
Costa is there, but he's sitting at just under $600,000. And probably there was a Forex exchange rate differential there back in the day. And that's why we remember it, but in actual fact, he's been killed on the Forex rate, I'm sure. Yeah, but this table's very, very interesting. When I picked up the list just now, you know, just quickly going around the table.
Did Darren just go out on a stone cold bluffjack, Jack 10 of diamonds on a 65928 board?
Well, Henny's got 2nd nuts here by looking at the board not paired.
Absolutely. Oh. And Henny just smooth calls him.
Afraid of the ace flush, I suppose, but you know, I think he was on pretty firm ground there with the 2nd nuts.
Sure.
And Henny Apple goes 204.
Yeah, 100%. So let's have a discussion. Let's just talk about the other tables that players so the public can know who they're playing with here. Let's go into seat 1, Daniel Lamberti.
Yeah, Daniel, I mean, he's a working man. He's not a full-time player, but very, very well known around the circuit. Just to the right of the dealer as you look at him, dark hair. Obviously of Italian extraction.
Absolutely. Very, very proficient poker player, Daniel. You know, he not too tricky, not too complex, but very solid.
I had a chat with him when he arrived this afternoon, just after he checked in, and he played in the satellite for the high roller, in fact. And really looking forward to PE. Heard all the great news and the great stories. So, you know, welcome, Daniel. Always nice to see you at one of our featured tables. Darren Kramer, we've spoken about already.
And next to him, Henny Apple, he's just been scooping pot after pot already at this table.
I mean, Sean is. I put a question mark against him because I don't know him. And that's the gentleman in picture just at the bottom left here now, drinking his can of orange Fanta or whatever it is. We'll just get back to the action here. Lauren's woken up here with the hooks. Harold is already... she's raised to 2.1 thousand. And Harold's smooth call with his King 9 suited.
Ooh, and Harold's going to find himself in a little bit of trouble if the diamonds pop at you.
He took the words out of my mouth.
Sorry, I was just having a look at the board there.
Marietta's got the ace-8. And I think there's more diamonds with Henny Apple.
Oh, wow.
So, I mean, it reduces the chances of us getting
absolutely.
a
I don't think we're going to get too much fire in the spot. But I tell you what, a jack and 2 diamonds will be a bunch of fun, right?
The big blind dynamic with the big blind ante comes into play. Henny's would never call with Jack 4 normally. He's committed
and Lauren has flopped a set of jacks And Henny's got
Two
Jack,
pair.
2 pairs. Oh, Henny going to find himself in a bit of trouble here. The only thing that could save him is the colour on the board.
Yep, and it's 2 pair and he's got 1%. I mean, how often do you see that?
Oh no, he's dead. I mean, he's drawing 2 lonely 4s. Oh wow, and there it goes. This could slow Lauren down now. You know, this could definitely slow Lauren down now a lot.
Yeah.
She's seen the clubs and Henny's just absolutely just snap called her. Ah, Lauren.
Lauren won the free roll yesterday. She got some newfound wealth there.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
nice to see her in the high roller.
She was busy umming and ahhing whether she was going to play this event or not. Henny, have you got kings of the king of clubs?
You know, the wise old fox, eh?
Oh, wow. So this will be interesting. Henny's going to make this call. There's absolutely no doubt about that. I can know.
Henny thinks he's ahead.
Well, he could possibly put in a raise here, and
we'll put it this way: he doesn't put her on a set of jacks, that's for sure.
Absolutely not.
You know,
and she's got to be considering. No.
This works stuff. Hey, all these cards really looks like you're playing in China.
Oh, there, Nick Sisu. I mean, he just can't keep his mouth shut. Hello, Nick.
Nick's good for the game. And
Absolutely.
Trust me, I'll take the over on 2 bullets.
I cannot believe that Henny managed to put that hand out.
Beyond me. Maybe he's got a read on Lauren. Did
Wow.
she show it? No. She lets the cards face down.
No.
But if you fold it 2 pairs, that's
Yeah, I'm surprised myself. I'd have seen a call minimum there just to peel one.
Absolutely. He had the 7,000 ready. He's flying. He's scooping the chips on the table. And I mean, well done. It's a great fold. I don't know what he's based his fold on. Did he really think she flopped it?
Anyhow, so, you know, those of you interested in looking at people's results, I mean, one of our partners, or our partners are the Global Poker Index and Henry and Bob. And for those of you who don't know, that's where you can find out all the stats on your players, all the events they've won. And if you really want some entertainment, look at Kramer's picture on here.
Yeah,
he looks about 14 years old.
Absolutely, he's aged well, Darren. And yeah, just a special shout out and a thank you to the Henna Mob and the Global Poker Index and our good mate Roland Boothby, who was out here a couple of months ago, and I think he'll be coming out one of these days soon again.
Great work. I mean, coordinating all those stats, unbelievable.
Absolutely, and we've been having some chats with him, so there might be some new little surprises coming our way. So.
That's awesome, Mark. Great news, you know. And so, you know, the Monsterjam Poker Tour brand continues to grow, more respect. And, you know, we were just discussing during the break there, the numbers of our viewers are just growing exponentially day by day on all 3 platforms.
Absolutely, Gary, and we're going to give you a lot of credit for that because people are getting to enjoy some commentary with it. You know, in the past we've been streaming, I wouldn't say entirely muted, but, you know, it's not so easy to find people. Right, so Darren Lambo's opened out, Daniel Lamberti at hijack with Ace King, and Darren absolutely dominated with King 10, and yeah, Henny's going to find himself with King Jack.
Yeah, he
Henny puts it away, well done. And
he's
Sean
very
Haldring.
disciplined tonight, Henny. Very disciplined.
And Sean has 9-4, and off they go.
Jeez, I've just recognised Sean. I do know who he is. Yeah.
Okay, right. This will be interesting if a king flops out there. There's only one left in the deck as far as we know.
And Kramer picks up the flush draw.
2.5.
So.
And, you know, for our viewers at home, they're thinking, you know, Ace King is ahead and he's only 48%. But, you know, that doesn't factor in the 2 clubs. It's the flush draw.
No, absolutely. And Daniel just puts that down. Daniel, like I said to you, Daniel's not
steady,
not too tricky, not too complex. He's just got nothing to do for him on that board. Even being ahead, he's just not going to risk himself.
So let's talk a little bit about Lauren Pierre. As I say, she won the free roll last night. I mean, that's a lady who's, it's no secret, her partner's Armin Kuru. Who's a good coach and a good partner to have.
Absolutely.
And her game, in my view, and you've known her longer than me, is developed so well over the last 2 or 3 years.
And she hates poker.
Indeed.
It's so funny, right? When I say she hates poker, I don't really know. She just doesn't make it a priority for herself. She likes to play and have some fun, but she's quite picky. She took her time deciding whether she was going to put her money in tonight. And Etia, she looked at the numbers. She quite enjoyed the amount of players that they were in, and she felt that that if she got a decent enough table draw, she had a chance after looking around. And she's a great player, a great human being, Lauren.
Lives in Cape Town but spends very little time there these days.
Very accomplished, very accomplished bookmaker, I tell you. She's very good at what she does. You know, she's a trader actually. I shouldn't say a bookmaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then to her left, one of our favourite friends at the Monsterjam program, Uncle Harold Brooks. What a lovely human being.
Great supporter of the game.
So quite interesting, yeah, as we look at the cards out. Harold's got Jack 8 of clubs, Nick Susi dominating him with Ace 3 of clubs. Then we've got Lambo with a spade hand, 10 Queen of Spades.
The Queen 10, the Robert Varconi hand with a famous 2002 victory.
And Sean Halgreen, he's got some little 5s in the hole.
Yeah, he might get a bit sticky with those in the small blind. Is it? Yeah, he's called the 1.5.
Absolutely. And those 5s remain ahead.
So
no, so I apologise.
No, Daniel pairs up his queen.
Pairs up his queen.
And he's got 70% equity in the hand.
Absolutely.
And we'd expect some action here. I don't know who the original raiser was. Do you recall, Mark?
No. But I'm sure the hand history will pop up just now and we'll be able to see where the action came from.
Okay, so Daniel bets his queen, which you'd expect. Don't think Sean's going to get two, yeah.
Cisa scored a 3. So he might.
Yeah, I mean, it's 3.5 the bet, so I mean, it was like a quarter pot, so.
So pre-flop, Daniel opened for 3. No, this is on the flop post. Daniel bet 3.5. So pre-flop, it looks like.
Nick opened with 1. No, who was pre-flop?
Says Nick called. Anyway, we'll work it out. So one player left in the hand, and that's Nick Susu, who's scored himself a 3. And he might play this one, Nick. Also, there we go. Nick much tighter at.
Daniel shows the queen. You know, just keep the image intact.
Absolutely, and Nick a whole bunch tighter at Hold'em than the PLO version. He loves.
I've played some poker with Nick, and he has his moments, and he does like a little bit of chatter at the table. So you got 40 entries there. Who's the player at? I didn't see that.
It was Shane Maguire, I think it was, and he has brought himself back into tournaments.
Okay, so 40 entries in Port Elizabeth. I mean, that's a pretty good showing.
Yeah, and there's a few more coming tomorrow. There's a few that have actually registered already that just couldn't make day one.
Okay.
So, you know, the blind structure's in the way this tournament's structured, that players can actually come in tomorrow and they're buying into level 6. Plenty, you know, the 150,000 starting stake, plenty of time for them. And Davey's walked into the back here offering all the boys some chocolates. Thank you so much, Dave.
Thank you, Mr. De Beer. We appreciate your service as always. So Henny's woken up with ace queen here. He's in the cutoff, so it looks like the pot's been limped round to him, or folded round. He's just got to get to Sean on the hijack. Sorry, the hijack. Was he on the button there?
And Sean has 10-10.
Oh, this could be interesting.
Lauren King to your diamonds, those going to the muck.
Yep. As to Harold's 5-2, I'm pretty sure he's not going to get too sticky with those.
Definitely gone. Right, so we are 2 to the flop. Ace Queen versus pocket 10s. Let's have a seat.
Yeah, ace 10 flop would be interesting.
Ace 10 Queen would even be more. Alright, so interesting flop because, you know, Sean, there is one overcard against Sean. Check, check.
Do you like Sean's check there? You know, he's got position on Henny.
And Henny's just announced that he's going to put in a very big bet here.
Yeah, I mean, and Henny's at it. I mean, I think if Sean bets there, you know, Henny checks.
And he puts in 1,000. So after loading up about 10,000, he puts out 1,000. And
yeah, I see this. Now it's check with the 2 overs to his 10s.
No, Henny's. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Oh,
well done, Sean.
We were both wrong.
I think Sean must have felt he was pretty strong all the way, yeah.
I
think Henny, you know, honestly, Henny's played this hand pretty weakly.
I mean, there's 7,000 in the pot. Sean bets 1,000. That's a come to dinner bet. He just wants 1,000 off of Henny.
I don't like the way Henny's played this pot at all.
Not
to be
at all.
honest with
Not
you.
at all.
He gave himself absolutely no chance.
Yeah, and I think Henny knows that. Hindsight. He's just trying to find out if he can get the information off him now. And Sean's saying nothing. So. Well done, Sean. Well played.
But Henny will watch the stream and he'll see.
I think Sean missed a little bit of value there. But, you know,
Absolutely.
But he is on a very, very strong table mark, you know. And I don't think he's intimidated. But
No, Sean's a very good player. Yeah. I played a lot with Sean. And there I see we've got a camera that's showing out the rest of the field. I see there in the Liverpool shirt, Jared Solomon. We were just discussing him earlier. Warwick Wigan, everyone's seen that. They were at the feature table. I see Haggai Dayani in the background with his back to us. Kenny Morgan on the table on the right.
A lot of big names out there. Good.
Kenny been in fiery form on everywhere, not only at Monsterjam, but on all at all the poker tournaments going around South Africa. Kenny's just been in absolute great form.
So Nick's under the gun here, picks up my favourite hand,
which is 10 Jack.
Yeah.
And while Nick makes his bet there to his between him and Harold is Mariette Langwich, and she's such an improved poker player. I've spoken quite a bit about her on the stream. She came here, and in fact last year was her first high roller at this event in Port Elizabeth, and she found herself in the money, and she's now become a regular high roller player. And she's just such a lovely person, and a previous professional golfer, former professional golfer. So,
have you been out on the course for that?
I actually haven't played with her. I need to put a game out there with her. It'd be quite interesting. She's you know, when you're professional, there's some action. Right, so we don't know what Henny's got. We've had a bit of trouble. We've had a bit of trouble with that reader. Maybe we can ask the dealer just to ask him to get those cards into position again.
Yeah, I think that corner's been a problem, but once the player realises where they have to be on the sensor, then we pick them up on a regular basis. Okay, well, we're sweating with Henny here.
I haven't seen my card.
Oh no, there we go. Content.
There we go, right.
Henny's got the best of it.
You must do yours with it back there, said, remember?
Nick's got the jack, and obviously...
Right, and there, Lauren. She's taking her role as the table captain.
That's the alpha lady role, is it, huh?
Yeah, she's pretty good though. Lauren is very well organised human being, so she'll make sure that that's done properly for us. So back to Mariette. Like I said, very accomplished poker player. Also over the last year, she's really achieved well. She finds herself cashing quite regularly, and she's a great player. And old Nick Sisu,
shows his jack and lays it down. And he reciprocates by showing the king, and we're all big friends on the table. And told Darren Kramer, if he puts popcorn on our table, we're going to go and sort him out.
Yes, I think you go and pop him.
Yeah. Just because you've won $1 million doesn't mean you can put any popcorn at our table. Eh? Now, I'm sure David and Sam, our tournament directors, will be out there looking after those boys in a minute. Okay, I think Lambo's going to annoy us as well now with his popcorn.
No, absolutely. Jesus.
Yeah, but just for the viewers out there, we're actually quite serious about having food over the table. There's some sensitive equipment there, and it's just to protect the investment. The guys do know it, and they were sitting back from the table, which is absolutely a bit of fun with them.
The amount that Lambo got into his mouth in one swoop there was quite interesting.
No comment, Mark. But we will be running the tape again later, just to
absolutely. But I think the players that are playing in the feature table now have also improved. They're getting used to it, knowing that they have to watch their language, watch their mannerisms, etc.
Yeah, you're right. And you know, we do have by way of protocol, as you know, we have a brief to every group that comes to the table, particularly the new players. And they're very good. They pick up on it very, very quickly. And you know, you can pick up a lot of the chatter on the table, and you know, and I think that adds to the experience, particularly when there's a big hand. We tend to be quiet in the booth and let the players just talk about it and whatever.
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, on the previous table, you know, we had Offer, we had Warwick. You know, there was plenty of chatter.
Yeah, absolutely. But I promise you, Nick can't remain quiet for too long.
No, as I say, he does like a little bit of a gas at the table.
Absolutely. Did he win a pot? You'll hear from him.
Yeah, we call it talking chips in the trade. When he's got talking chips, we'll hear him. It's normally when you're above starting. So there's a nice hand developing here. Ace Queen 4, 2 hearts on the flop. The best of it is with Nick, of course. He's paired his queen.
Yeah, and Mariette's picked up a gut shot draw. So.
And Nick's obviously got the backdoor hearts there as well. So we'll see. So there was a bet for 3 from Darren with 6-3. I don't know what he's doing splashing around in this pot.
Well, there we go. Now he's picked up a 6.
He might even think he's golden, but let's see what he's repping here.
Hey, my water.
Anybody want to?
Fuck! I literally thought the guy behind me took the water.
Anybody want to drink?
So 10k bet from Darren, and yeah, obviously he gets away with it.
Well, Nick's obviously got the scare called the aces out there. That makes it not
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Darren just plays his position like a machine.
Yeah, interestingly, he's sitting at the bottom of the pile there, but you know, we start off very deep in this tournament. You know, the blinds are only at 800 now, I believe. So
yeah, absolutely. So Darren's got 100,000 behind, so he's in with
a lot of big blinds.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what he leaves it with. Yeah, so,
No, when it came Jack 4-3. I thought either overplay with a club or
and I think that's the attraction of the structures here. You know, it lets people play a little bit, splash around in a few plots.
Absolutely, nice and deep. I like the nice and deep stuff.
George Levine was getting involved with Rudolph in the previous table, and they were chipping up, and Rudolph was donating, and you know, Levine was doing his Harry Potter moves, you know, and he walked away with a good chunk of change off of Rudolph.
He's special, that one, George Levine. Him and Ahmed Karim.
Yeah,
I've never seen two specials like that in my life. You know, but they got the results to go with it. You know, they both play solid poker. You know, very calculated, the pair of them.
Indeed. So we got Henny Apple with pocket tens. There's been a raise by Darren, and I think it's a smooth call there with Henny with the tens. We're going to see a flop.
And Darren has got Queen 10, so a 10 would be an
interesting card.
Yeah.
Me, you can't call.
Sure. This board changes so fast, too quick for me.
Yeah, what happened there was we missed Darren's initial raise, and we've gone back over the action and reinstated the original action. That's what we did
okay.
there. Yeah. So now there were two
But
players.
I just saw so many queens. So
yeah, any bet, and Darren got away from it. So carried on round the table when. We didn't speak much about Harold, but as I said, you know, Harold's a great supporter of the game, supporter of young players, an absolute gentleman, the complete opposite of his brother. Alvin, we'll probably give him a mention later sometime.
Oh, lovely human being, Alvin.
But you know, first thing I bumped into Harold. How are you? And where's the wife? How's the wife? You know, wants to know, and he knows the wife's name. He knows,
absolute gentleman.
just knows what's going on. And you know, I was doing some commentary previously. And he got a couple of real bad ones. And just taps the table, well played, you know, it just moves on. There's never any anger.
Oh, so Lauren's got King Queen. She's opened up for 2,000. It's just basically 2.5x.
And Harold's surrounded by women this evening, eh?
Yeah.
He's the lucky one.
So Mariette calls that off with 5-6 of clubs. I like that hand. I love those little baby connectors, especially if they got a bit of colour with them, bit of suit. And Ciso also, he just falls off from behind. I'm not a big fan of that call.
No, but he's on the button, so he's kind of, I think he's playing his position there.
Yeah, but I'm still not a big fan of that that weak ace.
Danny, one more level of
Whoppa.
Okay,
yeah,
so
flops the
Lauren's
the
going
goodies.
to enjoy that.
Yes, absolutely.
Lauren flops the 2 pair.
Then you can't have it this block, and I can't have it defend the odd.
Okay, looks like our technical guys have got a problem with the software, so Mark and I will just voice over on this while they're trying to fix it.
Who's watching? Sorry, will you take these? 400.
So, tell me a little bit more about Nick. I played a bit of... Nick's a Joburg boy, eh?
Nick's Isu. Actually a Pretoria boy who's now moved down to... he lives at Fancourt, actually.
Okay.
He's built himself a house on the magnificent Fancourt links.
Wow. Jeez.
And so he drove in today from that side of the world. But he commutes up and down in Joburg in his business. You know, he's in the liquor distribution business. And he's just a super cool, fun human being, you know. Nick's a very vocal character, a lot of fun, well travelled, not too much that he misses.
And always got a story to tell.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And if there isn't one to tell, he'll make one, you know.
Yeah, indeed.
Right. So
Marinette in the hijack here, 10-6 of hearts. She's decided that she's going to make a little move here. And she's raised it up to 2.5k. She's got a good reputation at the table. Let's see if that pays off for her. I don't know what Henny's got in his hand. We'll hear a speech, I'm sure. Henny's sporting some new glasses there this week, huh?
I'm not that.
I don't know if that yellow matches his eyes or not. I saw him and his lady arrive. They're always together. I think they're connected by a piece of string there, you know.
Okay.
Always a very nice couple. And Henny's a real character. Good for the game. Okay, so we're on level 4 here in PE of the High Roller Grand Slam, 40,000 rand buy-in. Got 40 players already playing at the tables, and we've got the privilege to have in our company this evening Mark Joseph, who heads up the Monsterjam Poker Tour team.
800 to play.
And we're looking at a feature table full of some very exciting players. Not been a lot of action yet, but Lauren wakes up again with another premium hand here, Mark.
Absolutely, Ace King of clubs. What a nice hand. And Harold picks up Jack 4 of clubs behind her. Oh, there you go. I just keep on thinking that all the stupid things I'm tempted with, everybody else is tempted with.
Living your life vicariously through a screen tonight, rather.
Well, and lots of aces out now.
Yeah, indeed.
So I've seen 2 ace-4s going to the bin.
I don't think she's going to get much action here, to be honest. Any with 6-3, I mean, if anybody can call with that, any can.
And
he's in the small blind, so you know he's not committed here. Sean has put in his big blind.
Oh wow!
And he's got pocket 9, so he's got the best at the moment pre-flop. But you know, it's not exactly a race. It's 37% for the Ace King. Okay, so we got a straight draw here.
Absolutely, and the 2 overs. So. And backdoor clubs.
And straight away Lauren fires in a bet there, you know, showing a lot of confidence. And you know, that immediate bet and that immediate confidence can exactly what it's supposed to do.
Well, yeah, absolutely.
It makes a weak pair fold.
Absolutely. The 2 over pairs that Sean can't do anything. Unlike the 10s he had earlier against Henny with 1 over card, and he was allowed a free card.
And he missed a bit of value there, to be honest.
Yeah, but this time he's also out of position. So,
but that showed a bit of experience from Lauren as well. You know, she didn't hang around. She continued immediately.
She just, put in the C bet immediately. It would have been quite interesting if Sean played back at her pre-flop. I mean, Lauren would certainly wouldn't have stopped there.
No, I think you'd have gone to a flop there, even with a 3 bet. I mean, it's too strong a hand for her to fold 3.
Sure.
You know, we're too deep here to be smashing in stacks at this stage, so you know,
yeah.
They might be 50-50 on the bottom, but definitely.
So under the gun, Harold, he's got a suited King 3. I'm pretty sure that's in the muck. He's not going to play that from an early position. But Harold's not picked up many hands here, but he's not one to get frustrated either.
No.
He's patient, you know.
Lauren might have raised. Do you have Rainy?
Marinette's in the muck. Nick with a Queen 6 suited. He'll have a think about it, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think Nick's getting a little bit bored now. He hasn't played a hand for a while.
Yeah, well called, Mark. He's got a smooth call here.
These people are giving me heartburn.
1-8.
I know he's raised it up to 1-8. He's definitely getting bored. Dear. Any apple with a computer hand? That goes in the muck. Sean's not interested either. What's Lauren got? No. This will be interesting because there's spades here both sides.
Absolutely.
And Lauren's in the big blind, so she kind of feels obliged to play here, and she's not got bad cards, and she flops the best of it, of course.
Definitely flops the best of it, and then she's going to check it. Nick, discipline, check behind. He's whoopsie daisy. So Nick's picked up something, and
second pair for Nick.
Yeah, and there's a couple. There's like a straight out there, and
Nick is going to snap this off for sure.
Definitely got those chips getting ready to count them, and
2.3 insta call. We're going the rivers. Something sick going to happen, or is Lauren going to pick up some more chips?
Okay, there's an ace, and that's a slowdown card. Lots of things happen here.
Yeah, Nick can rep it here.
I think Nick's going to have to.
5,000.
Look at Lauren's face, the concentration. She's just replaying the hand in her head.
And she got to think.
Looks down at her chips, always a sign that she's going to call. There you go. She'll be happy to turn those over. Thank you very much, Nick. Good try.
Yeah,
What is he at? 10.
She, that's the one thing where Lauren will learn a few things. She should have made Nick show his hand, unless he was going to knock them. I mean, she's paid for some information. She needs to get that information.
I agree 1,000,000% with you, Mark. I've said it 1,000 times on here. If you pay for the information, get the information.
Absolutely.
It's not being rude. You're not forcing them to do anything they shouldn't do.
Absolutely.
If you've called somebody, you're entitled to see their cards, and that information then is you pay for it. It's available to you.
Yeah, absolutely, it's valuable. Unless he wants to make his hand. The thing is, she opened her hand first, so they gave him the opportunity to toss his hand away.
Yeah.
Only temporary.
Right, so Mariette
under the gun, King Jack off.
800.
She's just a smooth call there. Looking to see a flop with those cards. Any raising, she can get away from it. Of course, what's Nick got ace 5 here?
Raise up to 2.2.
Nick's turning into a bit of a raising machine here.
I don't mind that. I really don't mind that raise at all. She's open up and he's re-raised her.
A very early position. Well, let's see what the hand's going to develop. Yeah. Henny gets rid of it. Sean gets rid of it.
I don't mind that at all that Nick moved in this hand, and here we go. Lauren picks up jacks.
It's the second or third time she's had this hand since she sat down. I mean, is she going to just smooth here?
Yeah, she's going to smooth. Yeah, she's going to respect a little bit of that re-raise.
And Harold's coming along for the ride in the big blinds. Once again, that big blind ante, that dynamic, you feel obliged to call when normally you wouldn't have done. I think that, it's a bit loose there.
So there's 2 kings and 3 jacks out already. So.
And just to get the mix going, let's have a couple of queens on the flop. That's going to slow them all down. It's going to slow them all down. This is a bit of a gunfight now. Who's going to blink first?
I know Lauren will definitely come out now. There's no doubt that Lauren will put something out in the middle. She has to find out where she is. She has to find out where she is. And she's put out 4,500 out there.
So Jerry, they're running gold in here, but
No, I mean, this is
but not here.
I can imagine.
Not a
You lob
proper-
it to that side. I mean, you can't. You put it, you and I.
Can't understand.
And the chit chat at the table started. Nick's opened his mouth. He says he can't find anything, and Darren Crom is just saying that Lauren's putting them out. That's quite it's a very cool table. This I actually like a lot. That's why.
And Lauren's stack up to 189,000. I'm just behind Henny there. And Nick, 95,000, still very, very deep.
No, absolutely.
And Darren as well. Darren's been a bit quieter. I think he's just sitting, waiting. He's tightened up a little bit, looking for some opportunities. He knows he's on a tough table. So what time are we going to run to tonight?
We're playing another level after this. Just another level after this. So another 50 minutes, and that'll be the end of the play.
All right. So we're looking to get an early night tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. We have to give our sponsors, Boardwalk Casino, an opportunity to get these players in the casino and have a bit of fun with them there.
Absolutely.
And get them spinning the ball around a bit.
And it looks like we're starting just after lunch tomorrow. Is that
12
right?
o'clock.
12 o'clock.
12 o'clock start, I think. What have you got on the schedule?
1300.
Oh, 1300, so if that's the time on the schedule, we'll check it out.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure it's a 12 o'clock start. I'll have a quick look for you
Well,
now.
just so our viewers know there, we'll make sure we give you an accurate time of the starts. And all you have to remember, of course, is if it's 12 o'clock, then the stream will be coming at you about 12:30. And, please tune in. tell everybody about our 3 different platforms: YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. We've got some very encouraging viewer figures, and we've got people. You know, we had people yesterday watching in Canada and Sydney, Australia.
Oh, that's amazing, right?
It's stunning, you know. So a lot of worldwide interest now in the Monsterjam Poker Tour.
Absolutely. We were in a lady, Rhonda, from Canada, who found us online and decided to come and join in.
From Edmonton, Alberta. I had a long chat with her yesterday. When I was in the army, I was based in Alberta in a little place called Medicine Hat. She wasn't very complimentary of Medicine Hat being a garrison town for soldiers, but she did say she'd heard of it.
Day 2 does start tomorrow at 1 p.m. As you said.
My tech team will be pleased to know they don't need to come and polish the cameras till 11, so they get lying in the bed in the morning.
That's amazing.
Awesome. Nice hand developing here. Nick's got King Queen suited, and there's Daniel's got Ace King, and the flop has come 2 Ace 8. Daniel's been pretty quiet, so Nick might not take the bait here. Yeah, he just gets rid of it quickly. If there'd been another diamond on the flop, we might have seen a few fireworks.
No, absolutely.
So you say that you've got some more players pre-registered for
there's
tomorrow.
a couple of more players popping in tomorrow, yeah.
You know, I mean, and if you're watching out there and you fancy a little punt, you haven't got to come and pay 40 grand to play in the high roller. There's plenty of other opportunities. I believe you're running satellites. There's a 6 max event coming.
Absolutely, there'll be a satellite tomorrow still to get into this event, because there's still 6 levels of registration tomorrow. There's a 6 max tomorrow evening, and of course the main event on Friday. On Friday, 15,000 rand buy-in, somewhere near the $1,000 euro mark, to try and keep it sort of at an international.
And there's a turbo and a freeze out after that.
Absolutely, a whole bunch of things, and there's daily turbos. We catering for everyone here. Gary, we try to give everyone an opportunity to play. You know, the local market have absolutely enjoyed the satellite series, yeah. So they will be coming out for a whole bunch of the events. But yeah, looking forward to the main event, which starts on Friday, and anyone who'd like to join us is welcome to get down here. All the details are on our website, so you're welcome to get hold of Caitlin or Roxy. They'll be able to assist you, help you with some accommodation, and get you down into the main event, or any of the other events for that matter. So it's certainly not too late to enter.
And you know, please tune in tomorrow. We're going to give away some Monsterjam merchandising products, some hats, and maybe a couple of hoodies or something. We're going to be running a few competitions as we get close to the main event. And you never know, you might be lucky. So we'll be using, just so you know, we'll be using the Monsterjam WhatsApp number for that. And if you don't know it, we'll be putting that out on air. Just so we can regulate who's the winner. We can't be controlling 3 platforms with 3 different versions of the answer. And people get very competitive when you want to give away a free hat.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we're not trying to give things away. Yeah, we've given away lots of main event seats and seats into other events as promotional prizes. We had a lucky draw the other night for a player to win a seat into the accumulator, won by Jared Glass. He won himself a seat valued at 5,650 rand.
Very nice. And Jared's been a bit of a supporter. He's been down here early from
Johannesburg. He came down early to support all of them. Right, so I think the only hand I remember seeing was, oh right, so Lambo's going to win here. He's got the jacks, and he's going to get called. I think Nick Susu's definitely going to call. Oh, folded.
Lambo fills up on the river, that makes a boat with the nice.
Yeah, they're both filled up. That's what I thought. Nick was definitely going to call him off.
So the satellites are no longer in the Bravo bar in the casino. You've moved it all across here. To
Everything's been moved. Everything's been moved inside the convention centre. Yeah, and then I hear the clock go there. If you couldn't see the clock, I don't know if that was the end of the level.
Yeah, I believe so.
So blinds will be now, I think 500 and 1,000. 6 and 1,200. 6 and 1,200.
And also,
so we'll just adjust the blinds on the tech team there. There you go, Mark. There's a shot of your timer.
Okay, excellent. Looks like we lost another player. I see 38. on the board.
We'll try and get some news on that as the evening goes on.
Mhm.
So you say this is the last level, Mark, so...
This is it. This is the last level for the evening.
So 45 minutes, so we'll turn into pumpkins at midnight and we can all go home by quarter past. Is that what you're telling me?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
awesome.
So Henny finds himself with some tens.
Again?
He's open up to, he's at 225 or 2100. Or
He's going to get some action from Lauren, that's for sure. I think she might even repop him here with ace king. Nice premium hand.
Raise up to 8.5.
Yeah, straight away.
nice 4x bet.
Harold's getting no cards at all. Marinette either.
Yeah. And these are the two chip leaders at it now. At each other.
Yeah, let's see
the
if
table
we
chip leaders, should I say, the two chip leaders at the table. Look how Darren is. Oh wow, Henny puts it down. Look how Darren was staring down Henny, trying to see what he's up to, what he's thinking about, studying him.
Yeah, trying to get a read there. That's disciplined by Henny. I mean, it's not the Henny we know and love, eh?
No, absolutely. Oh, I'll tell you something. Will's truly just not putting that down. I don't know what's happened to me, but I mean, I'm not putting that down. I'm definitely going to the flop.
I have to see 3 there.
I'm definitely going to the flop with that.
You know, it's not a premium hand, but I mean, it's pocket tens, you know, and he's already invested.
I'm definitely going to the flop with that hand. I mean, I could even fall better there, and just see where I am. Just really try and test where she is, you know, because what you know, she would have to think I'm really weak to rebet me there. Yeah, there we see Giovanni Zanetti, and next to him Neil Jacobs. I recognise.
Gio's about to get married, I see, huh?
Yeah, 31st of August.
Yeah, it's not far away now. He's counting it down.
The lovely Tara O'Reilly.
What a lovely lady, huh?
Oh, wonderful.
Stunning.
Wonderful girl.
Yeah,
great
beautiful.
cook, I'll tell you.
Really?
Yeah, I've had dinner with him a few times. Excellent chef.
I have to get on that roster. Lambo and Kramer, they seem to be completely disinterested. I think they're looking for their beds, these two.
Oh, it's quite interesting, you know, this world that we live in, this era of technology, and everyone's just so busy on their phones all the time.
Well, we were asked the question earlier, Mark, about people watching the stream at the table, and I said that you and I had spoken about this. And the TDA rules, which is what the WSOP follow, I mean, the ruling's quite clear. No electronic devices at the table during a hand. So and that's what you're enforcing here.
Yeah, you know, it's quite difficult to police it, but I mean, at the end of the day, if you're in a hand, you shouldn't be on your mobile phone or anything that's electronic. And obviously, in between, you're welcome to be on it. What we are trying to do is make sure that it doesn't slow down play, so players need to be vigilant and alert, and players have been warned if they slow down play because they're not concentrating, they will go on to penalties. So
and you know, for the viewers' benefit, what sort of penalties are we looking at there? I mean, obviously warnings first.
Absolutely. So the first, so you get a warning, and then you definitely get a one-hand penalty as like a proper first warning shot, and then if you continue, you're going to get a round warning.
Okay, when you say round, that's a whole
full rotation.
Yeah,
a full
so
rotation.
You lose your small and big blind, eh?
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to set out for a full rotation.
So that's quite a punishment. So that's quite
absolutely. You know, at the end of the day, you know, we have to play the game in the spirit of the game, and slow poker is not good for anybody.
I suppose the ultimate penalty is be disqualified, but that would be pretty harsh.
Yeah, you know, disqualification, unless it was like very deliberate and quite belligerent from the player, we wouldn't really sort of go down that route. I mean, it's not cheating.
Make it 3,800 more.
See, Kramer's woke up with a hand at last.
That's what I wanted to do. I'm going to 30.
His hands disappeared.
That's what
there we go. King Jack suited.
Well, he's woken up with a hand replication.
She raised to 2,400. And blinds are 612. 12.
Okay. Well, they just saw another pot. Some chips have ended up in the pot here.
Yes.
So.
And I made it 20.
So Daniel's raised to 2.4, from what we understand, which is a min raise.
I made it 24.
And Darren's in the big blind, so I mean, I'm pretty sure you can call this off with jacking. So
There's an empty. Right, leave it like that.
If the numbers are right.
You made it 38.
The other cash is
And I put the 5. No.
Okay, Deborah, our dealer, is sorting them out.
Absolutely.
White and
I'd like to see how this hand develops.
Okay, so then I'm making it. Well, I'm held to it. So what did I say? 3,800 more. 38. So 24 and 38 is 62. Agree? Yeah.
You know, this what I'm seeing on the table is quite a bad habit in South African poker, where players actually get a little bit too involved and they start handing the chips in the middle. And they shouldn't be doing that. The dealer should be sorting out the pot. You know, I've just come back from America, and I mean, people don't take their
Poker
own change.
Poker 101, my friend. You don't touch the chips, eh?
Yeah, absolutely.
You don't put your hands in the pots. It's that simple, and you know, let's not blame South African poker. I mean, these guys
but
were
it's just become a habit in South Africa.
They're trying to help out.
But it's a bit of a poor habit in South Africa. And I think what happened is because over the years the development of, you know, because it's fairly new in South Africa, dealers didn't really know what they were doing. They were still learning, and the players knew what was going on, and they were sort of policing and handling the game, and the dealers have fought on. But you know, at the end of the day, the rules are that players shouldn't be touching chips that are in the middle.
I'm gonna see that.
We need to eradicate it. I mean, it's education. I mean, as I said, you know, we brief all the players at the feature table on how it operates, etc. You put out a set of rules very early. They're written as well, and they sign for them.
Absolutely.
You know, so people do know what's going on. And I mean, and 99 times out of 100, it's people with good hearts just trying to help out.
Absolutely.
But it's discipline we need on the table.
Yeah, absolutely. Because mistakes can happen.
Indeed. And if they happen, you know, then we need to have some sort of recourse or some sort of auditable chain. And if you've got people splashing pots and hands in pots, and you know, we've got no record. Okay, we're filming this, but if it's an outer table and we're not filming it, there's no assistance for you.
Absolutely, obviously all the talents.
And then you and your tournament directors are left with the unenviable task of sorting it out.
So that's quite an interesting hand here. I mean, both players have hit the board. And
Kramer picks up 2 players.
Oh, Darren has been allowed to get into his hand.
And Henny's giving a normal speech and just smooth calling here, thinking he's ahead.
Smooth calling here. So Henny needs a king.
Nice.
That's a good fourth out.
I think Darren knows he's just been counterfeited.
Big time.
Yeah.
There we go.
Echo.
8-7.
Now, something interesting just happened where Darren exposed his cards.
You're allowed it.
Oh, and then he's giving the speech, you can fold if you want to, you're allowed to, and that's just put a bit of doubt into Darren's mind. But I mean, I don't know, Darren could possibly not just be involved in the sand, right? So he's just absolutely nothing left for him, yeah. Oh wow!
He pulls it off. He doesn't believe any.
That he's actually pulled this hand off. I'm so surprised at Darren. What did he think he could possibly have? There was nothing beating him except his Stockholm bluff. I'm so surprised.
Yeah, it's very un-Kramer-like.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely right. Gary, you're going to have to excuse me. I need to get the tournament wrapped up. What I'm going to do is I'll have a look inside there. We'll see. Maybe we'll send someone to do 30 minutes with you. If there's somebody running around there.
Always welcome. We always encourage our fellow poker players and staff to come and have a chat on the line with us.
Absolutely.
Thanks a lot, Mark. Your insights and your opinions are always welcome here. And you know, thank you once again on behalf of the poker players in South Africa for a great product, great service, and a great client experience.
And a big thank you to all the players and everyone who's watching for coming out and always supporting our events. And we hope that we give you guys a great service out there, and wish to continue to do so for a long time.
Sure, buddy. We look forward to hearing you soon.
Thank you.
And Harold continues to just get junk cards here. He's been very, very patient this evening. Thanks again to Mark for coming in. He's the CEO of Monsterjam Poker and the Regal Hospitality and Events. They provide an excellent service. Please go online and look at the Monsterjam website, or in fact the Regal Hospitality and Events. They don't just deal with poker. They look after us at the Durban July, some of the football derbies and many other events happening around the country.
No, it's come. Okay.
No, I did show it.
I know.
So we've got about 30-35 minutes to run on the last level here of our Grand Slam Monsterjam Poker High Roller. 40k entry here at the Boardwalk in beautiful Eastern Cape in 4 years. our feature table. It's been quite exciting this evening, or both our feature tables have been quite exciting this evening. And we've been very blessed with some good poker play.
Between the two of us, we couldn't.
Some great representation from the Port Elizabeth guys as well. Always great to see them at the table here.
Use YouTube.
Twitch is a place for like.
Just go on YouTube, Monsterjam Poker.
So Lauren's given us a shout out on the table there, telling us where to look. She said YouTube Monsterjam Poker. That's one place you can watch us. Secondly, you can go onto the Twitch feed. Once again, Monsterjam Poker, and of course Old Faithful Facebook as well under Monsterjam Poker, where we are streaming live. If you're missing the stream, or if you want to go back as a player and have a look, all the streams are saved and you can access them through the various platforms. If you're having any problems, feel free to give us a shout out on the WhatsApp line or under the comments on any one of the streams, and we'll try and get back to you.
My word.
Okay, we've got 3 players in the hand here.
That's how bad this is.
Pocket fours for Marionette, who's called the 1.2, looking for a flop here.
3 players come so far.
Nick's got 8-5 suited diamonds. And Lambo has got the King Jack offsuit. We can't see Henny's cards at the moment, but I'm sure we'll pick them up shortly.
Yes, it's a lot.
Play this hand for me if you want.
Yeah. It was tough, that's a 1 lie. Wait.
6 ways to the flop. Flop comes 7, 8, 5. 2 pair for Nick, 67% of the equity. Pocket fours now down to 8%. Of course, we can't see Daniel's. Sorry, we can't see Henny's cards, so they're not factored into our calculations here. So it's folded round, and Nick gets little or no action with his 2 pairs. Here's a look at the chip count. Nick's at the bottom still.
Oh, yes.
Henny continues to lead the way just about. Daniel 2nd place, and Lauren in a very strong position. As we spoke about earlier, very, very deep starting. A lot of big blinds, and I think Mark said that we're open for business and entries up to level 6 tomorrow. So keep an eye out for that.
Yeah, when there's like it's the squad on his side, you actually got to put it's chaos then. You don't miss.
1,200.
Please.
Is it good?
Please.
Yeah, of course. Come, let's get it entertaining for the public out there, buddy. They're all looking at Henny and they're all looking at cemeteries and getting jealous. Come.
4 total.
4,000.
There.
So basically, Darren, I got exactly what.
Same as me,
doubling
right?
you up or you doubling me up?
Yeah, that's better.
what I see.
Up to 4,000.
So we haven't
Now
seen
we've got
Darren's
another
cards, but
customer.
he's raised
Yeah, we look at coming.
Nick's got a Jack 10 offsuit.
What's his warm?
4,000 total.
4 total.
Howell Brooks has got ace jack, and Howell's not had any cards for a while. It wouldn't surprise me to see
This is
Howell
where all the
raise
victims
here.
lie.
Who am I to say no?
Yeah. Right. I don't know, make
just
some
a
duty
smooth
flop
call.
and either Nick or
So we go
we
3
just
ways
put
to the
the
flop. We don't know
the
what
previous one,
Darren has.
This one's not going to be slap bang. It's going to be like slap bang. How does it look to you? I haven't even seen it. Does it look okay?
Oh, wait for it.
So Harold's got the ace of spades here. There's 3 spades on the flop, so possible flush draw. Nick's got a spade also. We don't know what Darren's got, so we can't give you an opinion there.
Don't be mistaken. Go.
6.
6,000.
Darren continues to bet out. I suspect he's got a queen or maybe the king of spades here.
Rather be lucky than kill. They want to see my cards in between the 4. No.
Can
Now?
you see them now?
I'm the one who's making it. The last year, nobody's complaining.
Yeah, you put it on the top. I'm going to between 4 things.
Man.
Yeah.
What?
Can I see it? And I'm talking to you.
You don't want to make it exciting, bud. Well,
So Darren tried to show us his card. Obviously, we're not picking them up, but it's fine. Harold has called the 6,000 raise.
Yeah, this is a horrific. This is a
ace of
horrific
spades.
situation for me. Me and you, I've never shown a profit in my life. 10.
Darren continues to tell the story. Be interested to see if Harold calls him.
Harold, just put in 10, man. Is that really no good, Okay.
but you asked for it, eh? But you asked for it.
I asked for it, yeah.
You asked for it. That chick's dog tea on the turn. There you go. What
It looks like Kramer had ace king with the king of spades there. So Harold re-raised him. He sensed that Darren was continuing the story and was weak. And sure enough, Harold picks up some chips.
Harold, give us the first Christmas. Flop the nuts and the oaks coming out fighting.
No,
Yeah, sure.
flop the second then.
See. That's queen and he's fighting with ace of spades as well. You were free rolling there, Harold.
Sure.
What time we starting tomorrow?
Ace of spades.
Yeah, that's what I was.
I would represent.
1 o'clock.
Okay, you would. One o'clock. Really? Oh, wow.
Nah, you got it.
Then we can definitely go have some drinks, eh?
Some blend.
612.
Nah, I'm not going to gamble tonight.
Oh, sorry.
No,
You lose tonight, you go on top.
No, just fold, but we can save money
Yeah.
up there.
1,200.
Three calls, eh? Quack.
One.
You lose it on the river in any case, whatever.
I would have called it.
3,000.
Okay.
I don't give it to him, he's gone past Lauren.
He's got new glasses this week. I don't know if they match his eyes.
Oh my goodness, please give me a compliment.
Gary said that on the
That'll be great to watch.
He's what?
What?
Bought some new glasses.
Yeah,
Three goals
he's
against
sporting
him.
some new glasses.
That was a bad hand.
I love you, Gary.
Long ago though.
So nice to raise and just flop it, eh?
Yeah, I'm irritated.
Thanks. Okay, sorry, I had to step away from the table there. We just had a little technical issue. Marinette's woken up here with ace 10. Jack 7 board rainbow. We can't see Henny's cards at the moment. Henny's bet out 4,000, repping a very strong hand here.
King Jack, show it, King Jack.
And Marinette just gets away from it, which is probably sensible.
Never ever lie.
What are you waiting for? Mine.
Small and big blind.
Not in poker. Nobody's caught me. Nobody's caught me lying in poker.
Hey, 40 minutes away.
Not a bad idea.
That means I know when to lie.
I've had ace king twice, I think. And jack twice.
So we're catching up on the stream on a couple of the comments there. We need to give a shout out to a few people. Ayub Balim is in Johannesburg. He wants to know if it's Sean Connery doing the commentary. The good news is I know Ayub very well, and thank you for the compliment, if it is a compliment. Thanks for all the feedback here. Always appreciate it to hear your comments, and we're going to be taking a lot of interest in the comments as we go forward, as we start to giving some prizes away. We enjoy your feedback, and if there's anything you want to see or anything you want to hear from us, then please never be afraid to ask. We'll try and do our best here at Monsterjam. Mark and his team are very obliging, and we'll usually find a way to satisfy most needs for the players and their families.
2,600.
Who woke you up?
Shut up, I'm getting monster. Where's my city?
Those things are going to be priced in you. You can see it. Like call here.
You will never fall in no matter what happened.
No
You're
matter what
quite limited already.
Yeah. Defend. Can I wake up to a monster?
Well, you can't fall. Even if you have 2-9.
I get aggressive and let me.
So Nick's holding court here as usual. Ace 2 offsuit.
Right. How much we got you?
And he's raised with his 6-5.
2-6 total.
And Harold is called with his pocket fours.
Calm down.
Harold's on the button. Nick is probably just, this is big blind-itis as I now call it.
Unlucky any.
And he's already telling Annie he's unlucky. Let's go to the flop, not forgetting Marionette with her ace 9 off.
Flop it, Nick.
2-3-5. So the fours of Harold Brooks are looking nice for an up and down straight draw. There's a pair here for Henny Apple. There's also a straight draw here for Nick as well. And Marionette's probably got the worst of it, to be honest. So Henny bets 3k with his 5s. Harold comes along with his pair and his up and down straight draw. And Nick's going to call it off as does Marionette. So 4 players to the turn. It's an interesting card, pairs the board. Nick picks up ace 2 now, so trips, should I say. So the rest of the players, I mean, you know, who's got a 2 in their range? And Nick certainly could be believable. I'm expecting Nick just to smooth call the ace 9 6,000 bet from Marionette. I can't see him raising here. He doesn't want to scare people away.
12,000.
So Nick raises it to 12,000. I'm wrong. It's just a min raise. So it's a come along bet. I think Henny will get away from this. Yeah, Henny's card's going the muck. Harold's a wise old fox. He knows he's up down here, but when the board pairs, you know, the chances of him actually having a winning hand should he make this straight are greatly reduced.
Where do you see that on? Facebook. What he wrote that? You not see?
Nitan Sharma. I don't know if you don't know his name.
Well, your mate's mad. Ask him does he want to start heads up.
Harold's taking his time. He's thinking about this. I think he's going to fold it. 12,000 is quite a big bet.
That's it, Harold. Let some talent win this sometime in this game.
Harold just gives a knowing glance across the table to Nick.
As well for you. Some talent needs to win sometime on this game. All right, Joe?
Definitely.
You're going to think we just started the game.
Guys, they said I must tell you you're not allowed to watch the stream while you're on this table.
You guys can't watch the stream.
Now, how do you know what he's watching? How do you know what he's watching?
Because they can see.
Sorry about that. Didn't have
Yeah,
it on my
you guys
phone.
can
I
just
just-
ask me, I'll tell you what I had.
No, just want to
Don't have to watch.
I want to see what.
And Marionette with
I think
nothing really trying to pull a move
wasn't
as
a
to,
bluff, I'll
as
tell
to
you that.
concede to Nick. And Nick does have the best hand, so
Darren, come on, bro. Let's have at least a clap from you, my brother.
well
I'll
done.
try to work ourselves into this, but you don't
Even
even
half an hour delay.
Sarah Kramer obliges giving the round of applause to Nick at last up one hand, you know.
It's the first one we've had in this. I haven't had it, but you had it.
Small and big blind, please.
Only have 20 minutes on for that.
Yeah.
Any can have black.
You can have whatever you want.
Peppers.
Yeah, that's fair.
Doesn't it? Doesn't it? What he said.
You give me the 5 though.
Yeah.
If you leave the 5 there.
I'll take it. I'm sure you took it. You put it back.
I don't think so.
She does. I think she maybe took a stand for
No, you took it. You did. You pulled it back.
Okay, we're going to just take a look at the timing screen if we can.
600 next deck. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. There's no way, no matter what second card you give me.
You know how we're going to sleep tonight, but tomorrow when I wake up, it's going to be fresh.
Beautiful. The sun will start tomorrow.
I think 6 p.m.
Thank you, technical team. So 41 entries, 39 players left in.
Still pretty late.
We've got 19 minutes and 39 seconds left on the clock.
What a hand this is. Wow.
Once the time is over, then each player will receive a bag and a tag, and they'll count the chips. They'll be verified by the dealer. They're then bagged and they're kept in a cage overnight in a secure place. And then there's a redraw done for table positions by the Monsterjam team here, a random redraw. And then that'll be published with chip counts, and people will know where to come tomorrow for the seating plan and also the chip counts and what they're up against. Okay, interesting hand developing here. Lambo's picked up ace king in the big blind. He's 3-bet to 15k. He just wants to get rid of them, pick up the blinds, and he's happy with that.
Well, I just have to duck an ace and a king, but I'll do it. Button move, give it to Nick.
Small and big blind, please.
I think next time it's easier if you just move in, okay?
Yeah, 100%.
Just move in.
You can move in.
You should
Snap.
move in.
No, you
That's
said you
easier
should.
for you to move in.
I'll make it cheap. She calls, you call.
Yeah.
So
Oh, you don't want to call it?
No, he wants the ace king to win now, that's what it says.
18 minutes and 20 seconds left on the blind level.
Aces 3 and it isn't good.
Players will be welcoming the break. These high rollers can go 3 days, 4 days sometimes. This one's programmed for 3, I believe. And it takes its toll on you.
Yeah, but I keep standing up. I don't give up.
Yeah, in fact, we're due to run 3 days. Tomorrow's session is, you know, 12-hour session. So players have to, you know, control their diet, make sure they're getting enough sleep. I mean, sitting in the chair all day is actually quite strenuous on the body. People think the life of a poker player is easy. In actual fact, it's very, very hard.
Yes, very nice. There we
Especially your
go.
concentration levels.
In the box.
And Nick and Darren seem to be enjoying themselves here.
Well, that's what I'm worried about. If you go on that path,
Nick's got King 9 suited.
Oh, you can't?
I thought I was
Looks like Nick has called.
What is if you're in good?
Darren calls.
Not every hand.
We don't know what Darren's got yet.
No way.
Darren's got Queen
There's
6.
an upward curve.
He's made the call.
Okay,
And
I'm
let's see some
checking
clubs
too.
on the flop. That'll be fireworks.
Yeah.
Okay, no fireworks, but Nick's pairs is 9. Gives him 84% of the equity.
Just want to make your life easier.
And it's a bet to the fold. He'll show the 9. Just a little tease there for Darren Kramer.
Couldn't be further in front.
No, I tell you, it's coming this way, boys. That's what's cut now. Whatever happens,
now you're on a run,
I'm going to find gutters. I'm going to everything that you can imagine. It's going to come my way now. Right. So don't want to get involved in the dirty. I'm scared of the fucking UFC fighter. You know what he's like. You don't want to get the passages in there.
I'm going to have to steal this.
So just apologise for some of the language at the table there. Obviously, we can't control that. Players know they're not supposed to. Sometimes they forget. So apologies. Hopefully we didn't offend anybody there. There's a view of the outside tables. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 tables running on the outside and an additional table here. So 5 tables going for a high roller. Blinds at 600 and 1,200. 1,200 on the big blind ante.
1,002.
Absolutely not.
2,500.
So Mariner's got the ace-jack here. Raised to 2.5. Daniel's not been in the hand for a while. He flat calls here on the button with Queen 9 suited. I quite like this smooth call here from Daniel.
That's 1 3 more.
He's not been very active. His image is very strong at the table. And he got loose in the big blind with 8-5, but once again that big blind ante factors in again. They're already heavily committed in the pot.
Are you going to sign a 1-year lease?
Yeah.
So King 9-6. Daniel picks up the pair of 9s. And there's an overcard with the king on the flop, so you know, you can be a little bit worried about that. There's a backdoor flush draw, assuming the club comes. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a bet from Daniel here. Oh, Marinette has bet the ace-jack, so probably a smooth call with the 9.
4,000.
Watch the move, Darren. Watch the move. Watch the snap fold.
So Nick is predicting that Henny's going to snap fold, so Henny will be in the tank for
We'll go
maybe
through-
10
we'll go
seconds
through
and
the
then fold.
imagination process,
Nick's very happy with his prediction, of course. Then we're going to see a turn card, two players. No hope for the ace-jack. Pair of nines is still ahead. Daniel, be careful of the fact that there's a king on the board. Marinette checks, doesn't continue the story. Daniel checks it back. Free river card. Another 9. Daniel knows he's golden now, looking for Marinette to bet. If she checks, he's going to put a value bet in on the river. He'll take his time, he wants to tell a story. Here comes the value bet. I suspect around 4,000 to 6,000. He wants to get paid off, so he doesn't want to overdo it. Unless, of course, he wants to represent a bluff, then he must bet the size of the pot or more. 11.5, so 2/3 pot. I don't think he's going to get paid off yet. I think Marinette will get away from this. So take a little bit of time just to gain the respect that she's due. Looks at her cards, bit of a sigh, flick them across the dealer, and that's over and done with.
Small and big blind.
So just a thank you once again to all our sponsors as we see the diamond pool come up. Just over 10 minutes to the break and to the end of play for the evening. Average stack of 161,000. So when we look at the stack size on a feature table, what we've done there is the chips in play divided by the amount of players in play should give you an average. So 165,000 is the average stack. So we look at Lauren here, 188,000. She's above average stack.
For the show.
And Harold just floating above average stack as well.
Embarrassing.
So we've got quite a few people still watching us on the stream. We're monitoring the Twitch feed and the YouTube feed and of course the Facebook feed. So thank you for your loyalty and your patronage over the last 4 hours. I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Special thanks to Kevin who was in earlier. Nice to see his insight in the game. Kevin's been around a long time in the poker community in South Africa, and he's seen a lot of players come up and do very, very well. And you know, he's got some good results himself. Secondly, obviously Mark Joseph, who's the CEO of Monsterjam. And Mark is a very accomplished player himself, of course. Played in Vegas, as he alluded to. Played a lot around the world, and you know, well respected within the South African poker community also. We look forward tomorrow to getting some other special guests in. I've got a couple of people lined up. Of course, many of the professionals are playing in this tournament, so the last place they want to be is in the commentary booth, because that can only mean one thing: they're no longer in the tournament. But there's plenty of other players floating around waiting for the main event, and hopefully we'll get someone in from the local community as well. It's always nice to hear a little bit about Port Elizabeth or any of the stops that we're at. We enjoy their feedback. And I'm trying to get a couple of our lady poker players to come in the booth and give us their take on what is still a predominantly male environment. But the ladies have broke through very big in South Africa and big on the world scene now. And there's some great ladies events that are held, but also the ladies are very competitive in all the events now. Marinette and Lauren in good points in case in picture there now. Both very accomplished players. So Harold decides under the gun to call off this with 7-3 offsuit. Looking a bit frustrated, Harold. He's not picked up a lot of hands. Marinette gets out of the way. Lambo picks up pocket nines and going nowhere. I suspect he might even see a raise here.
2-7, eh?
2-7, so just a flat call looking for a flop. He's set mining, and what we mean by that is he's got a pair in his hand and he's looking to see a 9 on the flop. Which is a 3 of a kind and a very, very strong hand.
That's no lie, 2-3 change.
Lauren folds a 6-2. We don't know what Darren's got again, but I think we'll just leave Darren for a sweat. We don't want the dealer to speak with him now. We'll just let the. Now Harold has only picked up 2 pair here, and of course that ace is good news for him because he'll assume somebody else has got an ace high on the thing. Now Harold will take a bit of time here. I like all the options here, apart from folding.
Where's the bottom?
So Harold wants to build the pot. He's hoping someone's got an ace.
Don't worry about that. He wants quite a Then he wants to get excited.
13,000.
But I'll give him some because you always.
Lambo has the 9s and will probably fold because it's Harold Brooks, because Harold hasn't played many hands.
Said it before the hand. Harold.
Darren folds his hand immediately as well. Henny Apple's not going to get too sticky with his king 10. And Harold picks up a few chips. So well done, Harold, with your 7-3.
Well, yeah, we don't know.
Are we done on our feature chat?
I say 4 hands.
I'll bet you, I'd say 5. No, I'll go 3. Only 3.
Okay, so in the background you'll hear people shouting, I'm 3, I'm 5, whatever. What's happening now is that we're at the point where the clock's going to run down. So we pause the clock, and we have 3 cards on the table face down, 3, 4 and 5. Somebody will randomly pick one of those cards, and whichever number is turned over will indicate the amount of hands we're going to play to the end of play for the evening. And the players are betting on 3, 4 or 5. And of course my technical team now want to play. So Marcel, what number do you want, 3, 4 or 5? Marcel's not going to play. He obviously has his pocket money this evening. Marius, being a degenerate gambler, wants to bet me 500 bucks in. Oh, they've already said 4. Okay, well, you know, these guys are far too smart for me. So it's 4 hands to the end of play. So we're going to play our last 4 hands now. And then after that, the dealers will issue out bags and the chips will be counted in.
I'll just play here as well.
It's gone here.
We got 4 hands, yeah.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, don't let this confuse you. They're hundreds, eh?
All us fellas just blame the open.
True. 50, 60. I'd buy for a hand. You want to sell?
Let's see if you can play your button.
I'll buy for a hand.
So we won't be seeing these players on the feature table tomorrow. Well, possibly if they're in the draw, but certainly not all of the ones we've got in front of us. So we thank them for their input this evening as well, and the previous table. Enjoyed your company and your action, and a real insightful look at some of the better players in South Africa. So I think this is hand 2 of 4 before we call it tonight. Marinette looks down at 8-5 offsuit. They'll go in the muck under the gun. Nick's shot Jack 2. It's interesting how the dynamic changes as we get near to the end of the night. Some players like to play a few hands, some don't. Lambo's certainly going to be playing this is Ace Queen. He's under the gun +2.
You have seemed to begin. I'm a director of a company. I can't be labor and not be paid.
2,500.
Talk to them. With the real question.
Eddie folds his cards. Sean puts his Jack 10 in the muck. Pretty disciplined fold. 7-6 suited for Harold Brooks. Harold might fancy a little look here at the big blind. He's already put in 2,400, including the big blind ante. That's a smooth call from Harold. Then we go to the flop 2 players. 7-6 suited. Ace Queen off. Okay, 2 diamonds on the flops. Harold's in good shape here in terms of his draw. I mean, Ace Queen is ahead, but we got straight draw and flush draw possibilities. I mean, Harold's first to act, so I'd like to see a bet from Harold. Harold checked and Daniel bets out. 3,500. I don't think Harold's going anywhere with his flush draw. He certainly doesn't put Lambo on a 2, that's for sure. So 4 arrives on the turn. I mean, straight possibilities now. Any 3 would give Lambo the wheel straight. And of course, it would be of no use to him because Harold would make the higher straight with the 6-7.
Yeah, the Willows, right.
See my trucks?
Harold has bet 6,600. And Daniel's got a call 6,600 to see the river card. At the moment, Daniel only has ace high. And a gut shot for the wheel straight. Daniel decides discretion is a better part of valor and respects the table image that Harold has. And Harold drags in the 20,000 pot, but that's a gain of about 7,000.
Like everyone's listening to you, you know.
Third lost, small and big blind.
Been a seamless performance.
Just
yes.
What you call it?
Okay, look at the chip stacks here. Daniel's top of the pops here with 210,000, 17%. And Dan Kramer's dropped down to the bottom now with 62,000. Darren Kramer. Darren won't be phased by that. Darren will be looking forward to a full day of poker tomorrow. He knows that he's still deep. And you know, I'm pretty sure that Darren would fire a second bullet in this if he thought the value was there. So just to remind you, it's a 3-day event, so this is day 1. Still plenty of opportunity to buy in. If you don't want to buy in for the big one, then there's the main event buy-in for the weekend. Or there's a 6-max tournament tomorrow, and there are satellites and turbos running throughout the day. Log on to the website for Monsterjam or the Facebook page for more details. Or you can ask a question online or just give us a call on the WhatsApp line or whatever the case may be. Okay, Henny's woken up here with pocket kings. Nick Sisu has got ace-5 off. He's raised to 2.8. That must be, the graphic must have been absolutely wrong, because Henny has never folded pocket kings there.
But you always have it there.
Okay, Sean's got ace-jack. We haven't seen Sean in a hand for a while. Sean's called. I'm pretty sure Henny didn't fold pocket kings. I think that must be a misread on the reader.
The flash, I don't read it like that, do I? Okay.
So ace-jack is ahead with a flush draw, backdoor flush draw. That doesn't materialise. But there's a gut shot draw here for Nick Susu. Jack comes on the river. Ace-jack is now ahead from Sean. Nick will probably check here.
What you showed me. That's what you showed me,
yeah. Nick bets. I'm pretty sure he's going to get called off by Sean. Nick will open his cards.
Please join us in the pre-bet straight after this evening.
That's 8.
How many more hands?
And they go
2 more.
Second last hand.
Second last hand.
So you hear the players at the table. They've got 2 more hands to play.
Small and big blind, please.
There will be a rise in the noise levels because tables that are finished early will now be chipping up and putting into bags. And of course that makes noise, and then the players will want to chat with each other. And of course, as Mark said, you know, we finish at a reasonable hour, so it gives the players an opportunity to support the Sun International Casino, which is very close by here. In fact, you're at the hotel door and walk 10 meters across the road, and that's where you are. And if you're looking for poker players after the event finish, just go to the privé.
Yes.
You'll find plenty.
I hate this table because that's all one can do here. You can just play with it with that. You think people judge, huh?
I think he's enjoying our company.
28.
Okay, so you're obviously after a rebar for tomorrow.
I think Darren in C2 is trying to show his cards, so I think we might have a problem with the sensor there, to be fair to him.
It's amazing, eh? I think it's my 4th rotation in the big blind you raised.
I must be honest.
I know, I think you're on something, yeah?
I'm onto something good or bad.
So Marinette's woke up with jacks and she's decided to bet in a 2.2 bet. Sorry, my apologies. Kramer raised to 2.8. She's called off in the small blind with the jacks. Henny Apple's got pocket 2s. Henny will like to play this hand, I think.
7.
Okay, 7 total you got.
Too much pressure on Henny at the moment.
It looks like Henny has already played. Or was that his initial bet? Yes, he's called. So Henny calls, 3 to the flop. So 7,000, so 23,000 in the pot.
Last or second last? Second last one.
We don't know what Darren's got here.
Something really juicy.
But as I say, we'll just leave him alone now. I mean, Marinette just flops a full house. Must be greater. 1 hand from the finish.
10.
10,000.
she didn't say. She knows me. Never heard me once. Oh, yeah.
Who bet 10,000? I think that was Kramer bet 10,000. Or was it Marinette first to actually checked? Kramer bet 10,000. And he folds. Marinette 10,000 calls. Marinette is never folding here in a million years. Imagine if Henny was still in, he would now have a full house. And the money would have gone in. Kramer's betting heavy into Marinette, who's still got the full house. We now know that Darren's got Queen 10, so he's got 3 10s. I mean, he's drawing dead. Marinette's got to play this nice and slow, just flat call.
My ace queen of hearts good.
Darren's looking for a bit of information. Marinette should be just calling here. I think Marinette has the bet here. She could lose some value. I mean, I think a good size bet here would be about 20k. There's too much money in the pot for Kramer to fall, and he's only got 29,000 behind. So I think his money goes in. In fact,
25.
yeah, 25,000. So Kramer's just got to be all in here. He can't fold. There's no way he folds the 10 here. His money goes in, she'll insta call. You'll see the bad news, and he's out of the tournament. He'll go to bed and rest.
She's dirty.
He'll have a rest. I mean, Darren will be off. He won't hang around. And he'll live to fight another day. He's a prisoner there with the 10. Unlucky Darren. Well played, Marinette. And Marinette picks up a very, very nice pot just before the end of the play for the day. She's got one more hand to play.
But if the flop's the other side, I have to call one more.
Well, what did you find? Straight?
Do it better than play poker.
If you want to do a play,
You'll see the other players starting to hover around the feature table now, because most of the outer tables are finished now.
We're in Pavane.
So this is the last hand of the evening. And you'll see the team waiting with the bags and the pens there, ready to bag and tag these chips. Once we've tidied up the poker room, all the dealers and support staff can get to bed, so they'll be keen to get everybody off to bed early. And he's already asking for his bag, but the rules are you can't have a bag until the last hand's finished, so we'll just wait and see who takes this down. Marinette's probably going to fold. Nick's going to call by the look of it. Daniel folds his hand. He shows an ace. And that concludes play on the feature table for today. So we're back here tomorrow for a 1 o'clock start. There is a turbo that's going to be running a little bit earlier, and a satellite, I believe. Check our website for details, or our Facebook page. We'd like to thank everybody for your patronage today. Big shout out to our sponsors, Aqua Vita Water, the official sponsor of the EFC, and ourselves, Regal Hospitality and Events, our partners, Sun International, Global Poker Index and the Hendon Mob, and of course the Boardwalk.